Chapter 478. Compared with this idle job, where he could be careful in the mud at any time, Li Gang was more willing to choose this carefree job, where he only needed to teach students all day long. This was what a great Confucian scholar liked to do most. Drinking tea, reading books, studying things, and giving guidance to students when he had nothing to do. What was this? This was what a great Confucian scholar dreamed of most. After staying away from disputes, he could study knowledge quietly. At that time, he might be able to leave something that could make the protagonist go down in history in his lifetime. Li Gang was very excited. Although he was 82 years old at this time, as soon as he got home, he waved his hand and asked the servant to invite the barbecue seller on the street to barbecue for him at night. While drinking beer and eating barbecue, Li Gang laughed like a child. His abnormal behavior instantly frightened everyone in the mansion. Li Gang was so poor when he was a child that he didn't marry his current wife until he was 52 years old. Then he had a son when he was 69 years old. Therefore, the whole family and the people in the mansion doted on Li Xiaoji even more. But this was not the case. It was the case that he had a son when he was old. Thinking of the past and everything that happened tonight, Li Gang always felt that it was so unreal. "Master, what's wrong with you in the middle of the night?" Right at this moment, a young man in plain clothes who was about 40 years old entered the study. He couldn't help but frown when he smelled the fragrance of barbecued meat that filled the room and the oil and wine stains that had splattered on the books that Li Gang normally treasured and didn't want anyone to touch. "It's all right, madam. Come on, sit down and have a drink with me." Li Gang's face was unusually red, and Madame Li was so scared that she hurriedly sat down. She wiped Li Gang's back. "Master, didn't you go to the palace tonight to ask the emperor for your son?" You. "Madam, don't worry about Xiaoji's affairs. And no matter what he does in the future, don't ask about it. This is the old man's only request." "Why?" Madame Li was shocked. But Li Gang waved his hand. "Don't ask about this matter, and don't bother about it. Our son has grown up. He naturally has his own path to walk. Also, I have something to tell you. Didn't you want me to retire early and enjoy my old age? I promise you now. Tomorrow morning, I will ask the emperor to resign." Mrs. Li was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly touched Li Gang's forehead. After confirming that he was fine, she became even more panicked. In the past, when he was asked to resign, he would always fly into a rage. He was even more strict with his son. But what was going on today? Not only did he want to resign, but he also wanted her to stop taking care of her son. Why was he so happy? What exactly happened in the palace tonight? Li Shi could not understand. Everyone in the Li residence was confused. Not only them. Tonight, as long as it was an official in the palace, it would be hard for them to sleep. It wasn't until the gong sounded that everyone slowly got up and drank a bowl of bone-strengthening powder. In an instant, they were alive and kicking as they headed towards the palace. In the political announcement hall. Since the establishment of the sign-in system, things had gotten a lot better in an instant. Basically, there were no more innocent people who did not attend the court. The discipline in the court had also improved a lot. On one hand, it was because Li Shimin had pulled a large group of people into his camp because of the matter of the locusts. On the other hand, it was because the relationship between the emperor and the retired emperor had been restored. Now, Guan Long, the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, as well as the people of the Shandong nobles, no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. Once they raised their tails, countless ministers would instantly stand up and point at their noses to be scolded miserably before it reached the emperor's ears. How could anyone who could work in the imperial court be easy to get along with? No. His Majesty has arrived. While Xiao Gizi was singing, only then did Li Shimin slowly walk forward. Everyone held the white jade tablet with both hands and hurriedly bowed and shouted. "Welcome, Your Majesty. Rise." Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne on the 9 steps to heaven ladder. After looking around majestically, he asked, do you have anything to report today? Your Majesty, this old minister has something to report. Before everyone could speak, Li Gang, who had been a good man in the court all his life, hurriedly shouted in a loud and clear voice. Li Shimin nodded slightly. Minister Li, please speak. Your Majesty, this old minister feels unwell now. This year, I'm 82 years old. Thanks to your Majesty's kindness, this old minister is allowed to teach His Highness the Crown Prince. But recently, this old minister feels that my body is really weak. I always dream of my deceased relatives at night, so this old minister wants to resign. What? The Crown Prince wants to resign. Hearing this, all the ministers could not help but be surprised. Hearing this, Li Shimin nodded with a dignified expression. He sighed and said, Fine. Although I can't bear to part with you, over the years, you have done a lot for the Tang dynasty. Since this is the case, I'll allow it. Since the Crown Prince wants to resign, although I can't bear to part with him, I'm not a pedantic person. Come, bestow the Crown Prince's junior master the hereditary title of Duke, 3,000 strings of money, 3,000 share of rice, and a mansion in Cheng and Dong City. I'll let the Crown Prince's junior master enjoy his old age. This minister accepts the decree and thanks for your kindness. Chapter 479. After dealing with these matters, Li Shimin instantly felt that ever since the reward and punishment system was established, he had been especially idle. After accompanying Li Yuan to play mahjong 3 times in the Imperial Garden, he also accompanied the Empress to take a stroll around the palace. By the time lunch was over, waves of sleepiness made Li Shimin involuntarily feel disappointed and frustrated. Although Zhou Dafu's culinary skills were not half as good as Zhang Feng's. But it was enough. Now, as soon as Zhou Dafu returned to the palace, he did his best to impart everything he had learned to a few trusted imperial chefs. Once he shared it with the retired emperor and the others, there were not enough people in the imperial kitchen. Even Qing Yaojin and the others sent their own chefs to the palace to steal his skills under the guise of discussion. Li Shimin tolerated this. Even Duke Chenho Junji, who was far away in Luozhou, sent people to steal his skills. Li Shimin couldn't take it anymore. But these old fellows were his old friends. Li Shimin could only thicken his face and prepare to send 3 more people to Zhang Feng to learn his culinary skills. There was no other way. If he didn't show them some favor, there would always be people complaining to him. He, Li Shimin, would really be annoyed to death. Instantly, Li Shimin also wanted to see what Zhang Feng wanted from him and ask Zhang Feng about his future plans. Ever since he heard that there were still 3 years before the imperial examination, this kid was acting very strange. After finding an opportunity, Li Shimin used the excuse of taking an afternoon nap and slipped out of the palace through the back door. Although Wei Shuyu was missing, these people were basically Li Shimin's trusted aides. There was no need to worry about their safety. With his hands behind his back, Li Shimin patrolled the Chang'an city. He looked at the shouting on the streets, as well as the bargaining, and the red-faced quarrels at the meat stalls. Li Shimin was in a very good mood. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the entrance of the tavern in Tonghui Lane. At this moment, the tavern was still as cold and cheerless as before. However, it was a different story in the winery next door. In order not to disturb Zhang Feng, who was sleeping at the entrance, Old Ho purposely changed the front door to the back door and the back door to the front door. Zhang Feng was snoring in front of the tavern, which was filled with the smell of distiller's grains and malt. Li Shimin looked at the bustling Tonghui Square and then at the deserted tavern. He could not help but shake his head. Feng Zi, I'm so envious of the way you're living your life. Li Shimin called out to Zhang Feng twice. He sat on the stone steps beside Zhang Feng and looked at the busy commoners in the distance. Although these people were very busy. However, his face was brimming with unconcealable happiness. This was what made Li Shimin feel gratified. In a prosperous era, wasn't it to let the commoners eat, wear warm clothes, and earn money at the same time? Now, wasn't this a prosperous era? Lao Li, when did you come? In a daze, Zhang Feng seemed to hear someone calling out to him. However, it was only a single call. Zhang Feng was too lazy to care about it. He slept for a while more before he woke up groggily. When he opened his eyes, he felt someone squatting beside him. He did not know why, but when he saw who it was, he was scared out of his wits. Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng had woken up. Then he said, "Not long, only half an hour." "Half an hour? Then why didn't you wake me up?" Li Shimin was speechless. "You were sleeping like a pig. Who could wake you up?" "Alright, let's go in. I have something important to tell you today." Zhang Feng got up. He did not even want the reclining chair. He pulled Li Shimin into the small tavern. As usual, Zhang Feng took out the spicy grasshopper that he had kept for a long time. Then, he made a few dishes to go with alcohol. He did not drink beer anymore. Instead, he drank the white wine. After 3 glasses of wine, Zhang Feng said, "Lao Li, I believe Li Gan has already told you about that matter when he went back." Li Shimin nodded. "He said that you are going to set up an Academy of Sciences?" Zhang Feng nodded. "That's indeed the case," Wang Yao said. "They've learned the basics well. Moreover, I've been observing the pedestrians since I had nothing to do these days. Look at Chang and now. Basically, the economy has recovered. There's nothing else that can be produced." Actually, Zhang Feng did not say one more thing. That was, even if there were things that could be created now, would the people of this era be able to accept it? For example, soap, toothpaste, and so on. He wanted to do it, but how could he do it alone? Zhang Feng was the kind of person who was only interested in things for a short period of time. Once there was nothing, he would want to do it. But once there was something, he would be too lazy to do it. Just like the winery and the academy. He had done it. But the tedious trifles and the things that required him to get up before dawn to do it. Could he get up? If he could get up, he would not be Zhang Feng. He might as well have a helper and be a hands-off boss. That would be more comfortable. However, there were some things that he could not compromise on. For example, the development of the industry. Now that everything was not up yet, he could not be lazy. At the very least, he had to get Li Gan and the others to do it for him. Then, wouldn't it be great to be a hands-off boss? Chapter 480. Soaking in a bathtub full of shower gel bubbles, listening to the beautiful music of the Tang dynasty, and hugging a beautiful woman, that was true enjoyment. But now he didn't have these things yet. He had to rely on himself to make them. Li Shimin also knew that Zhang Feng was a lazy guy, but things that could make a lazy guy care so much were bound to not be so simple. Li Shimin drank a glass of wine and asked, "Then can you tell me what this Academy of Sciences is? I haven't heard of this thing before." "Academy of Sciences, this thing is amazing." Zhang Feng sighed and asked mysteriously in a low voice, "Lao Li, I'm not afraid to tell you. Have you ever seen a machine that can weave 30 feet of cloth in a day? Have you ever seen a spear that can be indestructible? Have you ever seen, come on, don't brag. Just tell me, what is this thing? Tell me honestly, is this thing your real ability?" Li Shimin had wanted to ask for a long time. This thing, he had never heard of it. An indestructible spear. How could it be? Only after figuring out whether this was Zhang Feng's real ability could Li Shimin determine what this thing was. Zhang Feng nodded. "If it wasn't my real ability, would I be able to do it like this? Then what you said is somewhat suspicious of bragging. Who doesn't know that weaving, a person can only weave 30 feet of cloth at most if they are exhausted to death? This machine of yours, can it be compared to more than 10 people?" Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. "What is this?" "Let me tell you, this weaving machine can not only do this, but it also doesn't need people to operate it. Do you believe it? Get lost. Didn't I say you were just fucking bragging?" How could Li Shimin believe it? But even if he believed it, with his understanding of Zhang Feng, the more excited he was, the more this guy would brag. So Li Shimin thought that this guy couldn't be agitated. Once he was agitated, everything would be revealed. It's not. Seeing that Li Shimin didn't believe him, Zhang Feng's eyes turned red. F***ck, Lao Li, you don't believe me. Come. Today, I am going to give you a lesson. Let's talk about this textile machine. I have a way to use a windmill or a water wheel to connect these things. According to the data, a water wheel can connect at least 30 looms and let them operate at the same time. Moreover, one of them does not need a single person. Do you believe me? If that's the case, wouldn't this textile be the best-selling product of the Tang dynasty all over the world? Once you increase the production, won't you be able to make double the money? What is this? Not only will this not cause workers to lose their jobs, but it will also create more job opportunities. This is an opportunity to do good deeds. Once I do this, the emperor might come to see me in person. Keep bragging. Although Li Shimin was stubborn this time, he didn't have any confidence in what he said. He was deeply shocked by Zhang Feng's description. If this was really done, then, at that time, the Tang dynasty's trade was bound to rise to a new level. Zhang Feng wasn't happy. Old Li, I'm not bragging. This is my true ability. Do you think that I, Zhang Feng, am only good at cooking? Do you really think that I, Zhang Feng, am good at national policy? You're wrong. That's just a drizzle, do you know that? This is real ability. Previously, national policy wasn't easy to show. Let me tell you, Lao Li, listen carefully. This is the real thing. This is called national destiny. Once this research institute is done, I'll tell you. Zhang Feng pretended to look outside the door mysteriously, closed the door, and whispered in Li Shimin's ear, "What is this?" "This is the good thing I told Li Gan before. It's something from the extraordinary scripture. I can't tell you the extraordinary scripture, and you won't understand it even if I tell you. I can only do it and use it." "Is this true?" Li Shimin was finally shocked. Extraordinary scripture. When he heard the words extraordinary scripture, he didn't have any worries at all. If you were talking about science, he really wouldn't understand. But when you were talking about extraordinary scripture, he understood. Seeing Li Shimin's reaction, Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder and said, "Have you ever seen me, Zhang Feng, say anything unreliable?" "That's true," Li Shimin nodded. "Then tell me, what are you going to do?" "Nothing. I'm going to buy a piece of land and get Li Gan and the others out. That place isn't suitable for them. What I'm going to do is very complicated. So, they can only go to the institute for 2 hours a day to teach them some of the basic things I taught them. Most of the time, they'll be doing research at my new place. Just tell me, which piece of land do you have in mind?" "I have some land outside Chang'an City. You said you want a few dozen acres. I'll ask my butler to bring you the deeds tomorrow." No. Lao Li, you're mistaken. I don't want a few dozen acres." Li Shimin was stunned. "How many acres do you want? Can you get it in Chang'an City?" "No, I'm talking about 50,000 acres. Pfft. Chapter 481. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. This time, he was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought that the Academy of Sciences might be bigger than the Academy of Sciences, but there were only a few of them. At most, he would give him a piece of land outside Chang'an City. However, he never expected that Zhang Feng would ask for 50,000 mu of land as soon as he opened his mouth. What was he doing? Are they going to build a fucking city? Why would Li Shimin be so dumbfounded? Anyone would think so. How big was Chang'an City? The moment Zhang Feng opened his mouth, he asked for 50,000 mu of land. Who wouldn't think that he was wrong? "Brother Zhang Feng, tell me, how much do you want?" 50,000 mu of land. And this is the area planned in the early stage. When the time comes, 50,000 mu of land will not be enough. Are you sure it's 50,000 mu of land? Not 5 mu of land? Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and pointed to his nose. Lao Li, who do you think I am? I'm Zhang Feng. I'm Zhang Feng. I also want 5 mu of land. Do you think I need to borrow money from you? If it's 5 mu of land, I can buy it with my own money. Do you think I want 5 mu of land? But you don't need to ask for 50,000 mu of land. Li Shimin had a toothache. If it were a few dozen or 100 mu of land, he could make the decision to give it away. But 50,000 mu. What the hell, do you have a preferred location? Yes, it's the Shao Mountain outside Chang'an, near the eastern foot of Zhongnan Mountain. Are you sure? Li Shimin couldn't believe that Zhang Feng wanted to move the new research institute to such a far place. In this way, if something happened there, wouldn't he be unable to take care of it? Fengzi, why don't you choose a place closer to Chang'an? There's nothing there, just a wasteland. Why did you choose there? Wasteland? Zhang Feng smiled. He had watched the White Deer Plains novels and dramas more than 10 times. That place was a military stronghold. More importantly, those who did research had to stay away from the hustle and bustle. No matter what they did inside, no one would be able to stop them. Wouldn't that be great? Lao Li. You don't have to worry about that. The reason why I chose that place was because I had my own considerations. To do research, I must be far away from the noisy environment of Chang'an City. What do I want? What I want is a quiet place. Before I came to Chang'an, I had an idea about that place. Anyway, no one lives there now, and there are no commoners. I reckon that the place is cheap, so I plan to build the research institute there. But you don't need that much space, do you? Tell me honestly, what do you want? What? Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, actually, I haven't thought about it in detail. Let me put it this way first. The research institute here doesn't need much space, but I want to open 3 factories. Look at the environment and geography of that place. It's the most suitable place to manufacture textile machines. Once I finish my research, shouldn't I test it on the spot? Once that thing is produced, Lao Li, just wait for me to make a fortune. What else? Li Shimin continued to ask. 50,000 mu of land. That was not a small number. Then, I want to build a smelting factory to smelt the kind of spear that can break through anything and the kind of shield that can break through anything. Think about it. Don't you want others to know about these 2 things? This is our true ability. Say, barbecue, beer, and other things like that, it's fine if you let them learn it. But if you spread it out, it'll cause chaos in the world. Li Shimin also knew that whether it was the spear or the shield, once the weaving machine was spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Shimin couldn't help but be excited. There's another factory. What are you going to do? Didn't I tell you about the other one before? Isn't it that iron car? Do you think I made a tricycle for fun? You're wrong. That thing is only in its preliminary form. Okay. Don't pretend. I already know. You said you want to make a chariot, right? Zhang Feng saw that he couldn't pretend anymore and touched his nose. Wrong. You've already started that factory, so I definitely won't do it. What I want to do now is the wheel. You also know that it's not difficult at all. The difficulty lies in the material of the wheel. That material is also called rubber, and it's produced near Nanzhao. It's extremely precious, so I have to research something to replace it once he makes it. Then. Zhang Feng paused and asked again in a low voice, have you seen a car that doesn't need a horse and can travel 1,000 miles in a day? And a ship that can travel 1,000 miles in a day? I didn't want to say these things. Otherwise, you would say that I'm bragging. But now I have no choice. Okay, I won't pretend anymore. I'll tell you. I'm a genius. How about it? Lao Li, think about my Academy of Science. What do you think? Isn't it awesome? Chapter 482. What could Li Shimin say? Now he finally understood one thing from Zhang Feng's words. This guy really wanted to make it big this time. As for the thing that could travel thousands of miles in a day and did not require a horse, he was really looking forward to it. Li Shimin could not help but take a deep breath and ask, Fengzi, are you sure these things are really your real ability? Do you think I would lie to you, Lao Li? In the Great Tang, other than the few of you, I really don't care about anyone else. You are my brothers, and when have I not been open to my brothers? Li Shimin was a little flustered. But when he thought of the things that Zhang Feng described, he could not help but be a little excited. This time, he was really moved. These things would be his in the future, and he could not take them away. Moreover, they were things that could really change the Tang dynasty in the future. Now, basically everything that could be developed in the Tang dynasty had been developed. Foreign trade, as well as commercial routes, all of them had fixed routes that belonged to him, and so on. The people were also really rich because of these things. Once these things, especially the textile machine, were implemented, if everyone had one, wouldn't everyone be able to lie down and make money like Zhang Feng? If this was not a golden age, what was it? At that time, would the people of the Tang dynasty starve? In the military, once there were chariots and the spears and shields that Zhang Feng said, who would dare to provoke the Tang dynasty? At that time, it would not be others who provoked the Tang dynasty. It would be others who would be afraid of the strength of the Tang dynasty. Outside, there would be the best equipment. Inside, there were so many things to develop the economy. Li Shimin felt his blood boil just thinking about it. Fengzi, just tell me how much you want. I, Lao Li, will take care of it. Isn't it just 50,000 mu of land? Thanks to you, I, Lao Li, have a lot of money. Just tell me how much you want. Li Shimin patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at Li Shimin in surprise. Why do I suddenly realize that, old Li, you really deserve to be called a businessman? You are so damn cunning. Alright, since you've already said it, then let's not be coy. You'll pay for it, but I'll take care of the purchase of the land. Otherwise, I'll be the one moving my mouth while you run your legs. That won't make sense. This time, this matter is too important. I don't dare to make any mistakes, so, alright, since you want to do it, go ahead. Li Shimin thought about it and finally agreed. This matter was not complicated. Zhang Feng was now a little famous in Chang'an City. If he came forward, he could also show his face in Chang'an City. After the two of them discussed some details again, Li Shimin said, Fengzi, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? I want 3 more cooks in my family to learn from you. Zhang Feng stared at Li Shimin in horror. Brother, what's wrong with you? Is your family running a restaurant? Didn't you teach one of them? Why are you starting again? Do you really think I'm a free cook? No, I mean, that Zhou Dafu was taken away by my father. Now, old Chen and old Sun's wives are pestering my wife all day, wanting to learn this thing. I have no choice. Alright. Look at you, do you think I have time now? It's okay. You do your thing. When the time comes, I'll ask them to take care of the tavern for you. You can teach them when you have time. This matter is not urgent. Alas, Zhang Feng sighed. Alright, since you are so embarrassed, let the 3 of them come. After all, we are brothers. Seeing that Zhang Feng finally agreed, Li Shimin left with satisfaction. Zhang Feng stretched. The dizziness made him sleepy again. Walking out of the tavern, he hung a sign that said, closed, and habitually lay down on the recliner covered with tiger skin. But the next moment, Zhang Feng was scalded and got up. He touched his lower body and roared angrily, which son of a bitch took away Lao Tzu's tiger skin? At this time, Qing Chumo, who stole the tiger skin, looked at the angry Zhang Feng from the corner and could not help but laugh. Go. Let's hurry up. Don't let Imperial Father see us. Li Qingqian looked around worriedly. His imperial father had just left. Who knew if their actions were seen by the Jinwu guards? It won't. With Idiot Wei watching, there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, isn't it just giving his tiger skin to Jingshu? If this brat is stingy, can't we just get him another one? That's his wife. We're just doing him a favor at no extra cost. Then. I hope it's okay. Li Qingqian nodded hesitantly. The two of you, His Majesty invites you in. Just as Qing Chumo and Li Qingqian were whispering something, little Gizi's gloomy voice sounded behind them. The two trembled in fear. Chapter 483. Chang'an Local Government. He had to deal with everything in Chang'an, even the matters of the land. Although it was just a small county government, it was still a great place under the rule of the emperor. At this time, the county magistrate of the county government was temporarily taken over by Fang Xianling after the Minister of Works was dismissed. Also, because the imperial court was deliberately targeting the officials in Guanlong, the old county magistrate finally got the promotion document recently. After the old county magistrate happily took office, the county magistrate transferred from Lantian was a little confused. In the place where Lantian's uncles and grandparents didn't love him, he was the sky and had nothing to do all day. But since he had just taken office yesterday, he had been dealing with things from noon until sunset before he had visited the neighborhood and learned about the general situation of Chang and from the private advisor. At this time, the newly appointed county magistrate, Niu Weili, had a headache. He just got up and made a pot of tea, ready to relax, and then he encountered a case of grievance. What time was it? It was only F*King time. Dressed in emerald green official robes, he rushed to the court without even bothering to eat breakfast. The constables in the court seemed to be used to it. They yawned and lazily shouted. Bang! Niu Weili slapped the gavel and said, "Guards! Open the court." Niu Weili led the way. The private advisor didn't even bother to fasten his belt. With a folding fan behind his neck, he walked in leisurely from outside the court. "Lord Niu, this is the complaint. Take a look." Niu Weili waved his hand and grabbed the complaint. When he read it, his lungs were about to explode. The complaint said that two barbarian businessmen went to the brothel last night, but they lost all their money this morning. What kind of *T case was this? Guards! Summon them to the court. As Niu Weili's voice fell, a crying woman in gorgeous clothes and a skinny man with a black beard and a pair of beady eyes entered the court. When the bearded man saw Niu Weili, he knelt on the ground with a thud. "My lord, you have to uphold justice for me. Last night, this lowly one went to Chun Feng Lu to spend the night. But this morning, when I woke up and was about to tip this coquettish fox 10 copper coins, I discovered that my money pouch was gone. That's the money our small clan is waiting for to save our lives. My lord, you must uphold justice for me. Your Excellency, don't listen to this nonsense. Last night, when he gave my mother money, I saw with my own eyes that there was only a piece of leather left in his money bag. He's obviously trying to blackmail me." "Shut up." Niu Weili looked at the bearded man and then at the woman. He asked, "Are you that flower? Let me ask you, was there a witness last night?" "Yes. Last night, when he was paying, my mother also saw it. She even muttered that he was a pauper." "Men, summon the procuress." After a short while, a middle-aged woman who looked old but still had some charm walked into the hall with graceful steps. When he saw Niu Weili, he bowed respectfully. "Madam Sun Lushir greets your Excellency." Niu Weili frowned and asked, "Let me ask you, did you see that there was no money in this person's money pouch last night?" "Your Excellency, this servant can testify to this matter. This servant has been in this business for many years. Although this money pouch is separated by cloth, I can still see how much money is in this money pouch." "Nonsense. Your Excellency, these two people are speaking irresponsibly. Yesterday, this lowly one clearly sold 30 caddies of mink fur from the rice shop in Shi City. Look, This is the receipt that the old shopkeeper of the rice shop gave me. There's also the time. After receiving the money, I saw that it was already late, so I went to this unscrupulous shop. Please take a look. The bearded man was so agitated that his whole body was trembling. Nyo Whaley looked at the receipt and handprint, then waved at the advisor. Advisor, look. Is this the old shopkeeper's handwriting? The advisor squinted his eyes and took a look. He picked up the paper and sniffed it. That's right, this is indeed the old shopkeeper's handwriting. If you don't believe me, please wait. I'll go get the old shopkeeper's tax receipt this year. You'll know if it's real or fake once you compare it. As he spoke, the advisor really did hurry to the back room. At this moment, Nyo Whaley squinted his eyes and looked at the female brothel keeper and the bearded man. If you plead guilty now, this official will be lenient. If you wait until the handwriting is compared, then this won't be a simple matter. Brothel keeper, this, young lady, and you. This official will give you the time to drink a cup of tea to consider. Men, go and summon the old shopkeeper of the rice shop in Shi City. When Nyo Whaley and Su Rian were in Lantian County, they basically had nothing to do. However, this didn't affect his judgment when it came to things like trying a case. Just now, he had already seen something from the three people's gazes. You tell me, before you went to the brothel, is there anyone who can prove that you have money in your money pouch? Yes. My fellow countryman, he also stays in this brothel. He's right outside the door. My lord, can I have a word with you? The brothel keeper finally couldn't sit still. She walked up and said, My lord, I don't see your face. You must have just taken office, right? I have evidence here. My lord, please take a look. As she spoke, the brothel keeper opened her embroidered robe and placed it in front of Nyo Whaley. What kind of evidence was inside? It was clearly a banknote worth 10 taels of silver. Nyo Whaley was furious. He shook off the brothel keeper's hand and roared, Men, put this shameless brothel keeper in jail. Yes. Chapter 484. All this was seen by Zhang Feng, who was waiting at the door. He knew about Chun Feng House. It was a brothel that specialized in tricking those beards. It was notorious in Chang'an City. Ordinary people of the Tang dynasty did not dare to go there. Although Chun Feng Lu didn't talk about its own people, who would dare to go to the shadow tree's bark? Maybe they would get up early in the morning and take away the cloth in their pants. This was just an interlude. He knew that the procuress would come out at noon today. As for, needless to say, he understood. Although the case was solved. That unlucky barbarian merchant lost his 3,000 strings of coins. Why? Just because he did not follow the rules of the Tang dynasty and went to a post house or a hotel specially designed for foreigners. Moreover, he dared to go there and report it to the government. Wasn't he courting death? After 10 beatings, the money and valuables found on the procuress' body and that flowery girl's body could be considered as his compensation. Only then did the bearded man suck in a breath of cold air and limp away. At this time, Zhang Feng poked his head into the hall. Your Excellency, I have something to do. Zhang Feng stopped Nyo Whaley, who was about to leave. Nyo Whaley frowned. If you have any grievances, you can sound the drum first and then report it to the Grand Master. No. I'm here to buy land. Nyo Whaley waved his hand impatiently. Go to the back door. This is the place where the case is judged. Don't you know this? Nyo Whaley left while talking. Zhang Feng touched his nose and walked to the back door with his hands behind his back. Today, Zhang Feng got up at dawn because of this matter. He waited for 2 hours and thought it was his turn. He did not expect to meet someone who cut in line. That was why Zhang Feng had come here to ask about it. Although he was rejected, Zhang Feng didn't care. He wanted to see the change in Nyo Whaley's expression after hearing about 50,000 mu of land. When he arrived at the Yamen office, the head bookkeeper was flipping through a book at the entrance. He was shaking his head as he read. At first, Zhang Feng thought that he was reading something incredible, but when he saw the cover of the book, he couldn't keep his cool anymore. This guy actually read such vulgar books when he was on duty. Wasn't this 2F** King awesome? However, now that he was asking for help, Zhang Feng could only pretend that he didn't see it. Sir? What is it? The registrar didn't seem to have any intention of keeping the book. He merely covered the cover of the book and asked without even lifting his eyelids. I'm here to buy land. Buy land? Which one do you like? Pointed out to the old man here. Only then did the registrar put away the book and looked at Zhang Feng. Seeing that he was dressed well, his tone became slightly better. Zhang Feng glanced at a rough map of Chang'an City and said, Well, sir, I'm not here to buy land in Chang'an City. I'm here to buy the wilderness outside Chang'an City. Wilderness? Tell me, which one do you like? Although Chang'an City is wilderness, the emperor has basically enfeoffed the dukes in the imperial court. If you want to buy it, you can go to the duke's mansion and ask. It's more practical than me. No. I like a piece of land. I've asked before and also went there to have a look. It's a wasteland, Shao Mountain in the east of Zhongnan Mountain. You mean that piece of land? It's a bit difficult. Why don't you go and ask the county magistrate? After all, the county magistrate used to be in Lantian County. That place is beyond my jurisdiction, so I can only ask the county magistrate to come. Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. Okay, then may I ask the county magistrate now, go to the yamen. You ask me. How would you know that I'm not the county magistrate's son? Hey! Damn, you! Zhang Feng was instantly annoyed. He was about to argue with him, but the next moment, he swallowed the second half of the sentence. This was the Tang dynasty. If he offended this person, he would not be able to buy land. He did not want to have his ass hurt. Zhang Feng touched his nose and left angrily. In the front hall, Niu Weili was still dealing with trivial matters. Zhang Feng waited for almost an hour before it was finally his turn. Niu Weili could not help but frown when he saw Zhang Feng again. Why is it you again? I already told you to go to the yamen and look for the registrar if you have any problems. No, sir, it's the registrar general who asked me to come to you. Speak. What do you want to do? Buy land. Where do you want to buy? Shishan Mountain outside Chang'an City. Shishan Mountain? Niu Weili was stunned. You mean you want to buy Shishan Mountain? Yes, I want to buy Shishan Mountain. Do you know how big Shishan Mountain is? Where do you want to buy Shishan Mountain? How big is the area? 1 mu or 10 mu? This is a bit difficult. I have to report to the Ministry of Agriculture. Tell me how many mu you want first, then we'll talk about other things. Niu Weili was impatient. He wanted to get rid of Zhang Feng. He had seen idiots before, but this was the first time he met such an idiot. Although that place was in the wilderness, it was not that easy to buy it. That was a place with good feng shui. When he was in Lantian, he was thinking about that piece of land. But he did not expect to meet someone who wanted to buy that piece of land when he came to Chang'an. At this time, Zhang Feng also saw a touch of impatience in Niu Weili's eyes. He said slowly, I want to buy 50,000 mu. Pfft. Chapter 485. How much did you say? Niu Weili stood up regardless of his image and stared at Zhang Feng. His voice changed. The tea that he had just drunk was still dripping down his beard. Your Excellency, you didn't hear wrong. It's 50,000 mu, the whole Shao Mountain. Are you sure you're not wrong? You want to buy the whole Shao Mountain? Yes, Your Excellency. How can I be wrong? Niu Weili was confused. He was in a state of confusion. He had seen rich people, but no matter how good this place was, what was the use of buying it all? What were you going to do with such a big piece of land? But this was other people's business. He couldn't care less. After thinking for a while, Niu Weili said, if you're sure, I'll give you a document now. You know the price, right? Zhang Feng didn't talk nonsense. He didn't want to talk nonsense. He took out 5 banknotes worth 10,000 taels of silver and put them in front of Niu Weili. Niu Weili raised his eyebrows. Well, since you know, I won't be long-winded. I'll give you the document now. While speaking, Niu Weili hurriedly wrote the document. The document wasn't complicated. It only contained Zhang Feng's personal information, as well as the ownership of this land, and so on. Then, Zhang Feng signed it and stamped it with his thumbprint. Land in the Great Tang was not expensive, but this land was basically in the hands of a few people. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to afford it. Moreover, the place that Zhang Feng had chosen was located at the intersection of the Ba River and the Bai River. Although it was a good place, there were no roads and nothing. Just the money spent here was not enough to cover the cost. Therefore, very few people would pay attention to this land. So it only cost 50,000 taels of silver to buy 50,000 mu of land. If 50,000 taels of silver were in Chang and or near the 10-mile slope, it was estimated that it was only enough to buy a few hundred mu of land. And it was the kind of remote wasteland. To the commoners, land was used to grow food. In this era, no one paid attention to certain things, such as real estate and so on. However, Zhang Feng also had his eyes on this area. When the research institute was set up, as well as a series of supporting facilities, it would be a place comparable to Chang'an City. When he thought of this place being his, Zhang Feng's heart was pounding. Pa! After Niu Weili confirmed that Zhang Feng really wanted to buy this piece of land, he stamped his seal under the witness of the registrar. At this point, this piece of land was nominally Zhang Feng's. But just as Zhang Feng was about to leave with the document, Niu Weili stopped him. Wait, I've already completed the procedures, but you have to go to the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Works to get the documents. Only then will I be able to issue you a certificate of title deed. Only then will your name and the name of the land be registered in the Ministry of Revenue. So troublesome. Zhang Feng was stunned. Didn't this mean that this was more or less enough? Why was this as troublesome as doing things on Earth in the future? However, Zhang Feng did not dare to say anything. He could only take the document and leave in silence. However, just as Zhang Feng walked out of the magistrate's office, he bumped into Li Shimon's sedan chair, who was about to go to the tavern. Who was the sedan chair bearer? He was Li Shimon's confidant. Of course, he knew Zhang Feng. And Zhang Feng also saw the effeminate Xiao Gizi at a glance. Hey, isn't this Lao Li? Where are you going again? Li Shimon was surprised to hear Zhang Feng's voice from inside the sedan chair. He lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and looked at the magistrate's office. He asked, are you here to buy land? So soon? This doesn't seem like your style. You actually left before noon. Hearing this, Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Do you think that everyone is like you? This is a big deal. Of course, I have to be early. Oh right, where are you going so early in the morning? Come on up, let's talk. They were at the entrance of the magistrate's office. Li Shimon was not sure if anyone knew him, so he could only ask Zhang Feng to quickly get on the sedan chair. However, Zhang Feng shook his head. No, I'm busy. Alright, I have to go to the Ministry of Works to complete the paperwork. You can go do whatever you need to do. When I'm free tomorrow, I'll treat you to a drink. Hey! You, Li Shimon was speechless. This was the first time he had been rejected by Zhang Feng. Moreover, this was the first person who dared to do so. He was looking for Zhang Feng today. What could he do when Zhang Feng was so busy? He could only wave his hand and return to the palace. Zhang Feng was very busy. After bidding farewell to Li Shimon, he couldn't do anything about it. The neighbors of Tong Huifang who had set up a barbecue stall saw him. He had no choice but to eat a simple breakfast and lunch at the barbecue stall. Only then did he squat at the entrance of the Ministry of Works. After waiting for about 2 hours, the people from the Ministry of Works opened the door with sleepy eyes. There were dozens of people standing at the door. Basically, they were here to deal with some trivial matters. After another 2 hours, it was finally Zhang Feng's turn. When he handed over the documents from the magistrate's office, the person in charge looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. He muttered to a few other people from the Ministry of Works for a while. Then, he said, "Io, this is a little difficult to deal with. How about this, you go to the Ministry of Justice and report it first." Chapter 486. Zhang Feng was speechless. For the entire day, he was kicked around like a rubber ball. It was not until the sky was dark that Zhang Feng dragged his leaden legs back to the tavern. As soon as he entered the tavern, he didn't even bother to turn on the lights. He lay down on the recliner and groaned. Was he lacking in exercise? He had only walked for a day, but his legs were so king painful that they felt like they were going to break. "Feng, what have you been doing all day?" Just as Zhang Feng was about to go wash up and sleep, the old elementary scholar groped his way into the tavern in the dark with a lantern in his hand. When he saw Zhang Feng's appearance, the old elementary scholar jumped in fright. "What's wrong with you?" "Hey, didn't I buy a piece of land? I'm going through the formalities." "Oh." The old scholar did not ask much. After Zhang Feng washed up, he said, "I've been looking for you the whole day. Do you know that something happened at the academy?" "What happened?" "Today, that bastard Li Gan got more than 30 people from somewhere." Zhang Feng nodded. "I know about this. I asked them to do so." The old scholar asked in surprise, "I heard from Li Gan that you set up a research institute?" "Yes, I want to get them out." "But you can't do that to Old Man Hai. You didn't see what kind of people they were today. They are all stubborn disciples of Cheng and City. What's the use of recruiting people like them in the academy? Isn't this just smearing my own reputation? If this gets out, I'll be laughed at. Now, the academy has just started. Everyone's eyes are on it. If something bad happens here, the academy will be burned down in an instant." "Okay, okay." Zhang Feng speechlessly interrupted the old scholar's nagging. After drinking a large bamboo tube of beer, Zhang Feng felt his soul returning to his body. Then, he said slowly, "You know that I'm a lazy person. This academy was originally set up for you, so I'm not worried about leaving everything to you. Furthermore, from now on, you'll be in charge of the affairs of the academy, as well as setting the rules in all aspects. As for the other aspects, Li Gan and the others will naturally go back and teach for 2 hours every day. Well, since you've arranged everything, Old Man Hai would like to see what the Research Institute and you guys can come up with." Zhang Feng explained his thoughts to the old scholar. Only then did the old scholar leave with a sigh. Zhang Feng could finally be free. That night, Zhang Feng basically did not have a single dream. He lay on the reclining chair and fell asleep under the intimacy of mosquitoes. The next morning, Zhang Feng woke up with mosquito bites all over his face even before the sound of the rooster's hoofs could be heard. After taking a fierce bath with salt water and locust, he walked out of the house in a comfortable manner. Fengzi, what are you doing? Come and taste the chicken wings I just killed this morning. Come on, Fengzi, drink with me before you go. Fengzi, come and eat a skewer of meat. Fengzi, where are you going so early? Zhang Feng soon regained his vitality under the enthusiastic greetings of all the neighbors. With his hands behind his back, he strolled in Cheng and City. Even before they left Huitong Fang, their stomachs were already bulging. Today, he would go to the Cheng and local government again. Considering what happened yesterday, Zhang Feng learned to be smart. At dawn, he squatted at the gate of the Cheng and local government bureau and waited for the registrar. Just when Zhang Feng was about to doze off, the registrar lazily sat on the chair with a pile of documents in his arms. He did not even look at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng regretted it very much. If he had known it would be so complicated, he would have asked Lao Li to do it for him. But now, it was already like this. If he asked Lao Li to help again, he would lose face. But when he saw the managing director slowly sipping his tea and not even looking at him, Zhang Feng wanted to beat him up. But under the deterrence of the people not fighting with officials, Zhang Feng could only admit defeat. After the registrar finished his tea, he looked at Zhang Feng. "What's the matter?" "Sir, these are the certificates of the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Revenue. Please have a look." The registrar put his thumb in his mouth and dipped it in his saliva. Then he slowly took a look at the documents. However, the more he read, the more he sucked in a breath of cold air. Tut, tut, tut. These are the documents. Zhang Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. When he was about to ask when the land deed would be given to him, the registrar said something that made Zhang Feng vomit blood. "But this needs the signature and seal of the county government. You can go and find Lord Nyo. F***ck your father." "Damn it, isn't Lord Nyo in the local government bureau?" Zhang Feng's face was about to twist. But unfortunately, Zhang Feng had to take the documents to the county government bureau to find Nyo Weili. But when he saw Nyo Weili only pointed at the door. "Go, this matter needs the documents of the Sinong Temple and the Taifu Temple. How can you not get these two most important documents? How can I write the documents for you? This is against the rules." Chapter 487. Zhang Feng's face darkened completely. He rushed out of the government office with a dark face. Zhang Feng also secretly swore. Mother****. Once he became an official, Mother****, he would not let any of these bastards off. Mother****, wasn't it just buying a piece of land? Is it necessary? Did Lao Tzu offend you? Zhang Feng's last trace of good temper was gone. However, he couldn't put down his face, so he could only rush to the Sidong Temple with his head lowered. "Hey, isn't this Fengzi? What are you doing?" When Zhang Feng walked to the Sidong Temple with his head lowered, he bumped into Fang Xianling. It was an acquaintance. However, Zhang Feng was not in the mood to say anything. It was just a polite greeting. "Well, I have something to do at the Sidong Temple. That's it. I'll go first. Come to my place for a drink next time." Before Fang Xianling said anything, Zhang Feng ran away. Fang Xianling touched his beard inexplicably, but he didn't care. He shook his head and left. For several days in a row, Zhang Feng was exhausted from rushing about this matter. For days. Except for the Imperial Palace, he basically went to all the places he could go 8 times. Even the guards at the gate of the Sidong Temple knew Zhang Feng, but there was still no news about the title deed. Li Shimin and others also saw Zhang Feng many times these days, but every time they saw him, he only said one sentence to them. "Busy." As for what he was busy with, no one knew. At this time, in the Imperial Garden, Li Shimin and others looked strange. "What do you think Fengzi is doing? You've even rejected me 3 times. "I don't know, but I have met him twice in Changpeng. Even this morning, I met him and asked him to go to the Sidong Temple. I don't know what he is doing. Could it be that Zhang Feng, that brat, has come up with something amazing again?" Du Ruhui could not help but ask. Li Shimin stroked his beard and shook his head. "I don't think that's possible. This kid isn't someone who can keep things under control. Your Majesty, could it be that this brat is doing some research? However, this old subject has noticed that his complexion has been worsening day by day for the past 2 days. I don't know what the hell he's doing." "Yes. Tonight, come with me to the tavern to take a look. It's been 3 days since you told me about this research institute. I want to ask what's going on, but I can't see anyone. I feel that something is wrong. Could it be that something had really happened to this kid? Or could it be that this kid was up to something big?" They could not help but think of such a thing. If this was really the case, then this matter would definitely be a big deal. On the other side, Wei Shuyu and the others were sitting at a barbecue stall at the entrance of the Imperial City. They were eating barbecue while watching Zhang Feng come and go. They were very happy. They were all dumbfounded. Seeing that Li Qingqian had arrived, Qing Chumo stepped forward and said, "Brothers, do you know what Fengzi is up to?" "What the hell do I know? Did this kid take the wrong medicine? He doesn't even have time to greet us. It's as if his ass is on fire. I'm still puzzled. Did this kid take the wrong medicine? This is not his style at all. He goes out before dawn and only returns to the tavern when it's dark. He runs to the yamen every day. This is really King strange. Could it be that this kid is up to something big behind our backs? Hammer. What can he do?" Zhang Sun and the others did not believe it. Zhang Feng was so lazy. How could he be so diligent in doing something? But this was also one of the strange things. How could it be that Zhang Feng was not up to anything? This kid was not a diligent person. If he was diligent, he would have been King rich. Why did he have to hide in the tavern every day and wait for death? While they were talking, Zhang Feng's figure appeared in their sight again. They hurriedly stopped Zhang Feng. "Fengzi. Fengzi, come and drink a barrel of beer before you leave." Zhang Feng had just come out of the Sidong temple. He was dejected and even a little pale. But after hearing their calls, he immediately changed his clothes and put on a cheerful expression. "Well, you guys drink and play first. I have something to do. I'll treat you to a drink next time. Bye." Zhang Feng could not afford to lose face. Damn it. He had been running around for days. If he still did not know that this group of bastards was up to him, then he would be a real idiot. But he was too thin-skinned. If this was known by them, wouldn't he be laughed to death? So what could Zhang Feng say? He hurriedly ran away with his head down. As soon as Zhang Feng ran away, the others were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? *CK, this is not something that Fengzi would do. Did Fengzi encounter any problems? *CK. Let's go and have a look. The few of them finally discovered something. With Zhang Feng's character, the more he said that nothing was wrong, the more it meant that there must be a big problem. But what exactly was the problem? Chapter 488. Zhang Feng was so tired that he was about to explode. If he had a machine gun, he would really want to shoot all these curs. Who were these people? Why did it take them so long to buy a piece of land? It had been 3 days, and he hadn't even seen a hair of his mother. How could Zhang Feng not complain crazily? Zhang Feng boiled a pot full of water with the pot he used to steam wine. He sat in the wooden barrel naked and looked up at the starry sky. He let out a long sigh. Why are you sighing in the middle of the night? At this moment, Li Shimon's voice slowly sounded in the tavern. Zhang Feng lifted his heavy eyelids and glanced at Li Shimon. Sometimes, I wonder how you guys King do things on a daily basis. Why the CK do I need to buy a piece of land for so long? I'm so *ked up. The emperor doesn't look like that kind of person. Why are all the officials in Chang and city bastards? Alas, Lao Li, last time you went to set up an academy, a wine factory, and a car factory. Did you run your legs out? Facing Zhang Feng's crazy complaints, Li Shimon was also slightly stunned. But when he thought of how weird Zhang Feng had been these days, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Fengzi, logically speaking, it shouldn't take you 3 hours to buy a piece of land. Are you sure you've been busy with this these days? What else could it be?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. King ked up. I don't even know what that Nyo guy is. Even if you don't King know how to make trouble, you don't need to make me break my legs. And you said it could be done in less than 3 hours? Look at me. I've been King busy for 3 days. Damn it. He asked me to go to the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue. CK. I can't figure out why I have to go to the Dragoner Temple. And he asked me to go to the Ministry of Agriculture. Li Shimin and the other two finally understood. Exchanging glances with Qing Yaojin and Zhang Sun Wuji, Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of coldness. They were so scared that their palms were sweating. Fortunately, because of the oil lamp, Zhang Feng didn't see Li Shimin's gaze. Zhang Feng complained while taking a bath. Li Shimin couldn't help but get angry. If Zhang Feng didn't mention it, he wouldn't have known about these things. But now that he mentioned it, the problem was really big. Let's not talk about other things first. Why did you ask a commoner to go to the Dragoner Temple to do something? Why did he go to the Ministry of Justice? Go here and go where? They were obviously trying to push the responsibility onto each other. To buy a piece of land, one only needed to find out if there was anyone who owned the land in the document. Then, one could check with the registrar at the local county office. If no one owned the land, the county office would report it to the Ministry of Revenue. After confirmation, the deed would be stamped and given to the buyer. Although Zhang Feng bought a lot of land, there was no need to go through so much trouble. 3 days? Didn't they know Zhang Feng's temper? If this was enough to make him curse, what did this mean? If this happened to an ordinary commoner, wouldn't it be terrible? Li Shimin couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask, all right. Fengzi, why don't I go and help you with this matter? No. Please don't. Lao Tzu doesn't believe that this matter can be solved. If it can't be solved by tomorrow, Lao Tzu will bring a cart full of firecrackers to the Ministry of Justice. Damn it. Is this something a human can do? Zhang Sun Wuji's face twitched when he heard this. Why do you want to go to the Ministry of Justice? I'm going to ask them. Aren't they the ones supervising these officials? Is there any law in this place? Is there any law in the Tang dynasty? They can't even see this. Are they blind? Zhang Sun Wuji's face was burning. He hurriedly comforted him, Fengzi, stop fooling around. If you do this, you'll be charged with treason. Isn't this not worth it? If that happens, we'll have to put in a lot of effort to get you out. But Lao Tzu can't take this lying down. Zhang Feng sighed one after another. Forget it. Damn it. This is Lao Tzu's last time buying land. Damn it, this is really King troublesome. This is under the Emperor's rule. Why isn't anyone doing anything about it? I don't believe that no one will do anything about it. If no one does anything about it, I'll bring Tai Nyo and the others tomorrow and set the county government on fire. Don't, Fengzi, don't be like this. Did you offend them in any way? Li Shimin seemed to have thought of something when he heard that Zhang Feng was going to set the county government on fire. He hurriedly asked. No, I gave them all my King money in advance. What's so difficult about it? I stuffed 50,000 taels of silver into that King bastard's pocket before he even signed the document. King suspect that he's trying to embezzle Lao Tzu's money. I see, Li Shimin hurriedly comforted Zhang Feng. Qing Yaojin and Zhang Sun Wuji also realized the seriousness of the problem. The three of them took turns to counsel Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was not very angry. It was just that the three of them had suppressed their frustrations in their hearts and were looking for an outlet to vent. In the end, Zhang Feng slapped his head and shouted excitedly, Lao Li, I finally know. Damn it, I'm missing something. What is it? I suspect that I'm missing some money. Chapter 489. Li Shimin was speechless. He thought that Zhang Feng would say something. But he didn't expect Zhang Feng to think of such a thing. What could he say? He couldn't just say, don't meddle in this matter. I just need to say a word and they'll come here, right? Could he say that? If Zhang Feng were to hear this, not to mention other things, that person, Li Shimin, really could not afford to lose face. Swish. Zhang Feng finally thought it through and stood up from the water bucket with a swooshed sound. Then, he pulled the three of them into the small tavern with his bare buttocks. Come, come, come. I was so annoyed that I made a mistake in my thinking. Now that I've figured out the problem, I'll probably get the title deed tomorrow. Take a seat first. I'll make some side dishes. Let's drink till we're drunk tonight. As he spoke, Zhang Feng put on his Han outfit and went into the kitchen. Old son, you have to give me a reasonable explanation for this matter. Seeing Zhang Feng go into the kitchen, Li Shimin roared coldly. Zhang Sun Wuji heard that and hurriedly knelt on the ground. His face was already covered in sweat. Your Majesty. It's my fault. Tomorrow morning, I'll thoroughly investigate everyone in Chang'an. I'm not talking about Chang'an. Li Shimin was really angry. If this was a small matter, it wouldn't be a big deal. But what was this? He believed that this was definitely something done by his subordinates. Zhang Sun Wuji would never do such a stupid thing. But it could also be seen from this that the backbone of the Tang dynasty, which was slowly rising, was actually crawling with vermin. What was this? This was rubbing sand in Li Shimin's eyes. How could he not be angry? And his last sentence represented his anger. But thinking of all kinds of things, Li Shimin was silent for a moment and said, just give them a warning. If it's serious, just kill them. Yes. What could Zhang Sun Wuji say? According to the current situation, he wanted to kill someone, but the emperor had spoken. What could he do? He knew what to do. If everyone was killed in one night, it would definitely cause unrest in a short period of time. Don't underestimate this thing. Although they were the lowest level officials, they were the link between the court and the people. Once this bond was broken, it would take time to reconnect, complete the work. At this moment, Zhang Feng's voice resounded in the tavern. And the moment Zhang Feng's voice rang out, the three of them instantly regained their composure, as if the heavy killing intent just now did not exist. Zhang Feng made it very simple. A plate of fried dried fish, a plate of coleslaw, a plate of vinegar mixed with wild vegetables, and a large pot of boiled pork ribs. Although it was simple, it was still very difficult for Li Shimin and the other two to eat these dishes. Come, come, come. Stop drooling. When did you guys become so refined? Zhang Feng glanced at the three of them and continued chewing the wild vegetables. Hearing this, Li Shimin laughed at himself. Yes, this place is like my own home. I forgot. Come on, you two don't just sit there. Eat. It's rare to eat these dishes in your house, right? Li Shimin said as he picked up some wild vegetables with his chopsticks. He chewed with relish. This was the first time he had eaten wild vegetables. In an instant, the freshness of the wild vegetables made Li Shimin speechless. Fengzi, I remember that outside the city, not to mention wild vegetables, even the weeds have been gnawed by locusts. Where did you get these wild vegetables? Yes. Zhang Feng pointed to the backyard and said, do you see those big vats? These vegetables grew by themselves on the edge of the vats. Only then did they remember that Zhang Feng had 5 big vats leaning against the wall of the courtyard. They couldn't help but feel relieved. This guy had plenty of ways to control the locusts. It was not surprising that he could protect his vegetable garden. These were probably the last wild vegetables in Chang'an City. Not to mention wild vegetables, during this period of time, there was no trace of green on Li Shimin's table at all. Whenever there was a trace of green, it would be sent into his mouth immediately. One could imagine how precious this green vegetable was. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Zhang Feng yawned. Li Shimin and the other two did not drink much because they still had things to do. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, they clasped their fists and said, then you should rest early. We'll go back first. Okay, take care. When my White Deer Plain Academy of Sciences is built, we'll go there for a drink. Okay. Li Shimin and the other two went out of the pub. Li Shimin's slightly hunched back was restored to its usual straight posture. The majesty of an emperor on his body once again made Zhang Sun Wuji and Qing Yaoji not even dare to breathe loudly. Although Li Shimin did not say a word, Zhang Sun Wuji and Qin Yaojin knew that the emperor was at his most terrifying. The two of them did not say much and silently followed Li Shimin to send him back to the palace. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Qin Yaojin and then looked at the crescent moon above Chang'an City and said, "Old He, I'll have to trouble you tonight." Chapter 490. Qin Yaojin didn't call for help. Instead, he intercepted a group of about 30 imperial guards at the city gate. Then he and Zhang Sun Wuji rode on horses and galloped through Chang'an City. Although it was already evening, there was still an hour before the curfew. However, there were still some people who came back late in Chang'an City and were hurrying on the streets. But when they heard the rumbling sound of galloping horses, they couldn't help but feel inexplicably surprised. They hurriedly got out of the way. It wasn't until this group of people left that they were shocked to find that this group of people wasn't the imperial guards of the palace. What was going on? Why did they send out the imperial guards? Did they discover the Turk spies? All the people who came back late and heard the deafening sound of the horses' hooves couldn't help but stretch their necks to find out what happened. And this group of imperial guards didn't hide too much. They just stopped at the gate of the Chang'an local government. At this moment, the arrival of this pair of people directly frightened the Yamen runners who were guarding the county Yamen so much that they trembled all over. "Grandfathers of the imperial guards, what brings you all here? Go, ask your county magistrate to come out for old man," Zhang Sun Wuji said lightly in a gloomy voice. Although the 6 guards immediately knelt down when they saw the armor of the imperial guards, as long as there was something wrong with their eyes, they would definitely be able to see the 2 old men in the lead. How could the person who spoke be an ordinary official since he was able to bring the imperial guards here? They suppressed the urge to kowtow and hurried into the county government. They didn't know what this group of people was doing here. But from the sound, they knew it couldn't be anything good. Who dared to wait at the gate now? They hurriedly ran into the backyard of the county government. "Lord Nyo! Lord Nyo, something happened. Lord Nyo, wake up! People from the palace are here." The shrill cries of these people instantly lit up the lights of the county government. Nyo Weili, who was thinking about something in the study, couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this. He opened the door and shouted, "Is the sky falling or the earth sinking? Why are you so flustered?" "My lord. Someone from the palace is here. This is Chang'an City. Are there fewer people in the palace?" Nyo Weili was furious. However, the guards spoke again amidst the chatter. "The people who came this time are different. They are the imperial guards." "What? Imperial guards?" Nyo Weili was shocked when he heard this. "Where are they?" "At the entrance of the county office." "Then what are you waiting for? Invite him in." "No, the old man in the lead asked you to go out." "Go out?" The more Nyo Weili thought about it, the more he felt that things were not so simple. However, since the imperial guards were dispatched, something big must have happened. He couldn't help but wave his hand and said, "Pass down the order. Tell all constables and bailiffs to return to the county within an hour." As he spoke, Nyo Weili hurriedly walked towards the entrance of the county yamen. He didn't know who the person was and why he came here today. But after thinking about it, he realized that he hadn't been in Chang'an City for many days and hadn't done anything. Could it be that there was something important to announce? An old man? Who could it be? Nyo Weili opened the door of the county yamen with doubts. However, when he saw Zhang Sun Wuji with a livid face and a strange old man with a curly beard who was about 50 years old, Nyo Weili couldn't help but feel weak in the knees and hurriedly knelt on the ground. "I'm Nyo Weili. Greetings, Lord Zhao and Lord Lu." Buzz. When Nyo Weili's voice sounded, all the yamen runners behind Nyo Weili, as well as the servants, suddenly felt their minds explode. Lord Zhao. Lord Lu. Who were they? They were Zhang Sun Wuji, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, and Qin Yaojin, lunatic Cheng, who was called the God of War. Why did these two gods of plague bring people here in the middle of the night? At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Niu Weili with a faint smile and said, "It's rare." The old man thought there would be blood tonight, but since you know the old man, forget it. Fu *k, Lao Tzu hasn't killed anyone for a long time, and he killed people in the yamen of Chang and city. I thought I could have a good time tonight. Who is that? Fu *King Niu, are you going to let us stand here? Two lords, please. Hurry up, prepare the food and wine. Prepare the good food and wine. Niu Weili's voice was hoarse. He roared in a shrill and trembling voice. What did he hear? See blood? Kill. He felt dizzy. Where was this? This was under the emperor's rule. The person who could bring the imperial guards here and say such words was either following the imperial edict, or no one dared to do it. Thinking of this, Niu Weili was scared out of his wits. How could he dare to say anything? What could he say? Now, if he or anyone dared to fart and made these two angry, the county yamen, Niu Weili was soaked all over. He hurriedly led the two into the living room. By the time they entered the living room, the imperial guards had already surrounded the entire magistrate's office. Chapter 491. The living room was already filled with wine. Although fruits were scarce at this time of the year, Zhang Sun Wuji and Qing Yao Jin were surprised to see two slightly wilted fruits. There were also a few side dishes. Clearly, these were not hastily prepared. They must have been prepared beforehand. Otherwise, how could there be so many things in such a sudden manner? Even when they went to Zhang Feng's small pub, there were sometimes not so many things. It seemed that this little county magistrate was rich. Niu Weili seemed to have seen through their thoughts and hurriedly said, "Please forgive me, High Dukes. These things were given to my wife by the people of Lantian when I left. I'm not here today to ask you about this. Someone will come to you about this. You're called Niu Weili, right?" Zhang Sun Wuji did not stand on ceremony. He drank a mouthful of wine and finally put down the wine cup in disdain. Instead, he picked up a fruit and played with it in his hand. 5 days ago, the document for your transfer from Lantian to Chang and was signed by old man previously. You were in Lantian for a few years. Although you didn't do anything, you didn't cause any trouble either. That's why the Ministry of Justice gave you a chance. However, how many days have you been in Chang'an? The things you've done in these 3 days have made me very dissatisfied. Zhang Sun Wuji spoke very slowly as if he was talking about daily life. However, these words sounded different to Niu Weili's ears. Very dissatisfied? Where was he dissatisfied? He thought that he did nothing wrong. He wanted to wait for Zhang Sun Wuji to say something. However, after Zhang Sun Wuji finished speaking, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at him with a faint smile. He could not help it. Niu Weili began to think hard. Think about it carefully. If you can't think of anything tomorrow, you don't have to stay in Chang'an anymore. As he spoke, Zhang Sun Wuji and Qing Yao Jin looked at him playfully and then left. After sending off the two gods of plague, Niu Weili collapsed on the ground in front of the yamen. At this moment, his mind was filled with Zhang Sun Wuji's last words. What on earth am I? Did something go wrong? He couldn't help but recall everything that had happened in the past 4 days. Grand Advisor, quickly bring me all the complaints from the past 4 days. Niu Weili hurriedly roared as he was carried out of the room by the servants. Coming, Lord Niu, I'm ready. At this moment, the teacher's mustache was trembling non-stop. A few of the documents in his hands fell to the ground. Thus, Niu Weili decided not to leave. He sat on the ground and started flipping through the books. Disperse, disperse, go do whatever you need to do. What are you looking at? Get out. When the teacher saw this, he snatched the lantern from the servant girl's hand and urged the servant to leave. Only then did he lie on the ground with his butt sticking out and go through the cases of the past few days again and again with Niu Weili. He even went through the previous cases and didn't notice anything wrong. However, the more it was like this, the more Nyo Whaley panicked. He could not help but think of a person. A spendthrift who looked to be in his 20s. Could it be that guy? Nyo Whaley could not help but exclaim. The private advisor was so scared that he trembled. Lord Nyo, who are you talking about? Who else? The one who bought the land. The private advisor's eyelids twitched. You mean the guy who bought 50,000 mu of land? But that's impossible. What ability does that guy have to invite the two Grand Dukes? Private advisor Ma, you've been in Chang'an for a long time. Quickly tell me the details of this guy. Also, I asked you to investigate the people who have contact with this guy. What did you find? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Advisor Ma slapped his forehead and said, You think too much. This guy doesn't have any background. He just opened a small tavern in Tonghui Lane. I don't see him doing business all day long. He's just a freeloader. However, the people in Tonghui Lane seem to have a good relationship with him. I heard that the 4 great devils in the city call him brother. Moreover, the 4 great devils once gave him a tiger as a gift. What? A tiger? The 4 great devils? Nyo Whaley's head was completely dizzy. Before coming to Chang'an, he had spent a lot of money to listen to the officials and their sons in Chang'an City, especially the son of Zhangsun Wuji, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the son of the fearless Qing Yaojin. He even inquired about the sons of all the Grand Dukes in Chang'an City. This inquiry was incredible. The 4 great devils in Chang'an City were the sons of the 4 Grand Dukes. At this time, when he suddenly heard this news, Nyo Whaley almost fainted. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the guy could call the 4 great devils and the sons of the 4 Grand Dukes brothers? You should have told me earlier. If you had told me earlier, would Lao Tzu do that? Nyo Whaley cried. She sat on the ground as tears streamed down her face. It was said that one could find 1 or 2 people in Chang'an City that he couldn't afford to offend. He didn't believe it before, but now. Chapter 492. He had thought that this guy was just a rich young master who had nowhere to spend his money. But now, it turned out that he had stepped on a nail. Advisor Ma, tell me about this guy named Zhang Feng. What's his background? Advisor Ma was not a member of the bureau, so there were some things he didn't know. And this matter was too big, so Nyo Whaley didn't intend to tell him. He just said in a low voice, Advisor Ma, I can only tell you that these 2 gentlemen came here tonight because of this guy. You'd better think about it yourself. What? Advisor Ma's face suddenly changed. He had never thought that this somewhat simple-minded Zhang Feng would be able to welcome 2 Grand Dukes. What was going on? Who was he? Don't make wild guesses. This matter is not something we can afford to provoke. Now, what we can do is to settle this matter as soon as possible, and then, let's just wait for the heavens to decide. Nyo Whaley felt desperate. He had thought that coming to Chang'an meant that he was 1 step closer to the top, but, indeed, he was 1 step closer. But he was 1 step closer to death. On the other side. After leaving the Chang'an local government, Qing Yaojin and Zhangsun Wuji went to the agriculture temple and other places one after another. They even summoned all the officials of the Ministry of Justice back to the Ministry of Justice. As long as they were involved in this matter, they were first beaten 50 times and then thrown into prison by the furious Zhangsun Wuji. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. And it was in front of the emperor and Zhang Feng. If brother Zhang Feng were to enter the imperial court in the future, where would he put his old face? How could he show his face? It was all because of these little bastards. If they hadn't been fooling around all day, would such a thing have happened? Who knew how many things these fellows had eaten in the fields behind them? That night, under the furious Zhangsun Wuji's order, the Ministry of Justice was reshuffled. Anyone who was found to be slacking would be beaten and driven out of the Ministry of Justice. If you were a little greedy, it would be fine. If you were a little lustful, it would be fine. If you King don't do anything, then it'll be bad. It wasn't just the Ministry of Justice, the Agriculture Temple, the Ministry of Agriculture, and many other places were also reshuffled. Zhang Sun Wuji knocked on the doors of all the officials' houses one by one. And it was also on this night. These people all knew one thing. Because of their shirking and incompetence, the emperor was extremely angry. When Feng Xianling found out about this, his eyes turned red with anxiety. He rushed to the Ministry of Agriculture with Feng Yayai. In the Ministry of Agriculture's courtyard, Zhang Sun Wuji and Qing Yaojin didn't say anything. They ignored everyone in the Ministry of Agriculture and just sat in the courtyard, waiting for Feng Xianling. What's going on here? Old Feng, who should we start from? You know that he's been running around for the past 2 days because of that incident, but just now, His Majesty and we heard with our own ears that he's been delayed for 3 days because of that incident. He's been running around in these few places for 3 days. What's wrong with that? He's being played like a monkey. Feng Xuanling's expression suddenly changed when he heard that. You bunch of good-for-nothings. The two of you, what should we do? Let's do it this way. If we need to kill them, then kill them. This old man has long wanted to teach this group of people a lesson. Damn it, they usually look so serious. If it wasn't for this matter, this old man really wouldn't have known that there were such vermin in our Ministry of Agriculture. You even angered His Majesty. Do as you see fit. Kill those who should be killed, and punish those who should be punished. When the people from the Ministry of Agriculture heard that, they completely panicked. They didn't know anything. What were they going to do in such a muddle-headed way? Your Excellency, even if you want to beat or scold us, you should at least tell us what we did wrong. That's right, Your Excellency. We usually do things according to the rules. Where did the problem go wrong? Where did the problem go wrong? Qing Yaojin shouted angrily. Come on, let me tell you good-for-nothings. Just 3 days ago, someone refused to buy a piece of land from the Chang'an local government to the Agriculture Temple, then to the Ministry of Justice, and then to the Ministry of Agriculture. One by one, they refused to give Lao Tzu a piece of land. Let me ask you, is it very difficult to buy a piece of land? Is it very difficult? Ah! Isn't it just a piece of land? Do you have to do this? What does this mean? It means that you're shirking everything you've done. What is this? You're dragging down the Tang dynasty. Now the Tang dynasty has just improved, but look at what you've done. Is this something that humans can do? If it wasn't for His Highness the Crown Prince who saw it and reported it to His Majesty, and if it weren't for us old fellows pleading for leniency, I'm telling you, we wouldn't be the only ones here tonight. At this time, the people of the Ministry of Agriculture finally figured out the truth of the matter. And the old man among them couldn't help but be angry. Damn it, which bastard did this? My 3 Grand Dukes, such a person should have his 9 familial exterminated. I beg you to kill his 9 familial exterminations. They knew very well what was going on in the palace now. But now Qing Yaojin was dragging down the progress of the Tang dynasty. If this was confirmed, it would really be a capital offense. Even if His Majesty didn't kill them, once the notice was posted, they would be drowned by the people's saliva. But at this time, they couldn't help but think of a question. Who on earth had the ability to let His Majesty know about this? Who on earth was the person who bought the land? Chapter 493. The next morning. It was still dark outside. At the entrance of the small tavern. Niu Weili had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. He was scared. Because of what happened last night, he didn't sleep at all. He didn't dare to sleep. Last night in the Imperial City, he heard that all the people involved in this incident were in trouble. He didn't know the reason. He was only warned by the 2 state dukes. But his intuition told him that this incident must have something to do with Zhang Feng. Before the rooster crowed, Niu Weili came. But as the sky in the east became brighter, the door still didn't show any signs of opening. Niu Weili sat on the stone steps under the crooked tree and waited. But as he waited, a problem arose. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes at this time, and although he had only been in Chang'an City for a few days, there were still people who knew him and greeted him when they saw him. Yo! Lord Nyo, you're here to drink so early. This brat probably wouldn't wake up until noon. You'd better go back and come back later. Ha, it's okay, it's okay. I'll just wait here. What could Nyo Whaley say? He could only put on a smile and make a fist salute to send the person away. But this seemed to be a starting point. As that person left, more and more people came to know that he was here. After all, a county magistrate squatting at the entrance of a tavern early in the morning. How could this not arouse the curiosity of the people? Lord Nyo, what's wrong with you? Lord Nyo, I have some beer at home. If you like it, I can drink while waiting. Lord Nyo, more and more people came. The whispers grew louder and louder. But when the scorching sun was about to hit his head, the door of Zhang Feng's room slowly opened. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. At the entrance of the tavern, a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe was squatting in the shade of the tavern's entrance, taking a nap. On the main road, all the newcomers who passed by were pointing at this person and gossiping. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel annoyed. Did he meet a drunkard this early in the morning? Who is this? It's early in the morning and we're not open for business today. Come early tomorrow. As he spoke, he was about to lock the door. However, when the man heard Zhang Feng's voice, he was so moved that he almost cried. He hastily turned around, grabbed Zhang Feng's hand, and shouted, "Prince Zhang, don't be impatient. Don't be impatient." Zhang Feng instinctively retracted his hand. Just as he was about to get angry, he heard a familiar voice and couldn't help but glance at it in surprise. With this glance, he couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Lord Nyo? What are you doing here so early in the morning? Zhang Feng instinctively resisted Nyo Whaley. But when Nyo Whaley saw that Zhang Feng finally recognized him, he hurriedly pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. Young Master Zhang, where are you going? Why don't I go down and give you a sedan chair? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He thought that he was dreaming. However, the scorching sun and that familiar voice told him that this was real. I say, Lord Nyo, what's wrong with you? If you think that the money I gave you isn't enough, you can just say it. You don't have to play with people like this, right? Zhang Feng was really angry. This was really F***king infuriating. If you want money, just say it. Do you have to play with people like this? When Nyo Whaley heard Zhang Feng's words, his entire face turned green. No, no, no. Prince Zhang, we had some misunderstandings before. I thought about it all last night and realized that these things aren't troublesome at all. The main thing is that I just got here and don't know a lot of things. That's why Prince Zhang has to run around for this matter. Fine, fine, fine. What do you mean? Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. Why was this different from what he saw yesterday? And this guy actually said that he didn't know anything because he just got here? What kind of bullsh*t logic was this? It didn't F***king make sense. Lord Nyo, just say it. Don't make fun of me here. Although I'm a little young, I'm not a fool. If you have something to say, just say it, okay? Well, if that's the case, I'll say it. Nyo Whaley rubbed his hands. Then, as if he had been granted amnesty, he said, well, I'll have to trouble Prince Zhang to come to the county office. I'll definitely get this done within an hour today. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Are you sure you're not playing with me? Zhang Feng was really scared of being played. But at this moment, even if Nyo Whaley lent him a lot of courage, he wouldn't dare to mess around. Maybe right now, there were people from the Ministry of Justice among the crowd at the closed door, looking at him. Even if he ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts, he wouldn't dare to mess around. Seeing that Zhang Feng agreed, Nyo Whaley waved his hand and shouted, Advisor Ma, quickly bring the sedan chair here. What are you waiting for? Prince Zhang, I've prepared a sedan chair for you. I hope Prince Zhang can do me the honor. Chapter 494. Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He seriously suspected that this was a dream. Since he had just woken up, he still felt a little uncomfortable. He leaned on the soft couch and fell asleep. He wanted to make sure that this was not a dream. How could it make a person change overnight? If this was not a dream, then what was it? He would never believe that Niu Weili would be so kind as to not only invite him, but also prepare a sedan chair for him. After Zhang Feng entered the sedan chair, the most shocked people were none other than the neighbors of Tonghui Lane. Everyone thought that Zhang Feng was sitting in the sedan chair, but the new county magistrate actually followed the sedan chair. What the hell is going on? Who knows? I don't know. But Fengzi seems to be very busy these days. He didn't even open his shop. He went out at dawn and came back when it was dark. I don't know what he's doing. Isn't that right? I've never seen this brat so diligent before. Will something happen to Fengzi? No, we have to go to the county government. If something happens, we have to be witnesses. Yes. Nothing can happen to Fengzi. He's such a good person. He must be wronged. Let's go. Basically, after the neighbors of Tonghui Lane found out about this matter, they all abandoned their food and ran away as well. They were not worried about losing their things. In Tonghui Lane, who dared to steal? My saliva will drown you. As Niu Weili and the others walked slowly to the county government, more and more people followed them. No one knew what was going on. Why were there so many people following them? Involuntarily, everyone followed the crowd and slowly flocked to the Chang'an local government. Even if Niu Weili and Advisor Ma saw it, what could they say? If they dared to say a word, they might not even be able to sleep tonight. Therefore, even if someone quietly asked who was in the sedan chair, they did not dare to say. Fortunately, the road to the yamen wasn't too far. Outside the palanquin, Niu Weili could faintly hear Zhang Feng snoring. When they arrived at the county yamen, Niu Weili still did not see Zhang Feng wake up. He could not help but wave his hand and have the people carry the palanquin into the backyard, blocking all the commoners at the front door. Niu Weili was left alone to wait for Zhang Feng to wake up. Advisor Ma, on the other hand, hurriedly left with his men to deal with the matter of the title deed. Actually, Zhang Feng's matter wasn't troublesome. It was just that Niu Weili saw how generous Zhang Feng was, so he had some ideas. But who would have thought that not only did he fail to take advantage of this good thing, he actually offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Now, looking at Zhang Feng's sedan, he wanted to slap himself a few times. After some time, Zhang Feng finally woke up. But when he woke up, Zhang Feng was worried again. This dream was really King Long. But why did the palanquin stop? And why wasn't there any sound from outside? The moment he lifted the curtain, he was once again shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that this seemed to be the backyard of the county yamen, but in the backyard, in front of his palanquin, there was a table full of wine and dishes. Next to this table, there was another table with a stack of documents and a seal on it. Seeing that Zhang Feng had woken up, Niu Weili hurriedly asked the servants to serve Zhang Feng a cup of tea that had already cooled down. Prince Zhang, please take a seat. These are all dishes prepared by a chef I found in Chang'an City through my connections. I heard that the dishes on this table were all passed down to him by an expert. And these drinks were only recently introduced to Chang'an City. I guess Prince Zhang hasn't tasted them yet, right? Zhang Feng looked at the familiar but somewhat inferior dishes on the table and was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the cooking skill he passed down to Zhou Dafu? But Zhang Feng didn't know what was going on. Although he wanted to get the title deed and develop his great business in Chang'an City, he wasn't a fool. Lord Niu, let's forget about this. Let's just do what we need to do. After all, we're all very busy. Busy your ass. My life is now in your hands. Niu Weili complained incessantly in his heart. But he didn't dare to say anything. Well, since Prince Zhang still has things to do, then let's do it directly. Registrar. Hurry up and bring all the documents here. Prince Zhang, please sit down. Niu Weili invited Zhang Feng to sit at the desk. Then he carefully sat beside Zhang Feng and handed the documents to Zhang Feng. Prince Zhang, this is the document from the Ministry of Justice. You just need to sign here, and this land will be yours. And this document is from the Ministry of Works. It's mainly to register these lands, in case you encounter such a troublesome thing next time. And this is the certificate that I want to keep in the county registrar. It needs to be signed by Prince Zhang himself. After seeing the deep surprise in Zhang Feng's eyes, Niu Weili then picked up another document and said, of course, this is prepared for you. You only need to sign the document for that piece of land. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. According to Niu Weili's request, he signed his name on each document. But in his mind, a sentence kept flashing. This can't be King real. I must be dreaming. Chapter 495. Zhang Feng dizzily touched the title deed and sent him out of the magistrate's office under the gaze of Niu Weili and the others. He looked at the gate of the magistrate's office and then looked at the sun in the sky. Zhang Feng still felt that it was so unreal. Things that couldn't be done in 3 days were all done in less than an hour. Was this Niu Weili's conscience awakening? Or was Lao Tzu dreaming? What the hell? Wasn't this a green light all the way? He closed the gate, got on the sedan chair, got off the sedan chair, and then sat down to sign the papers. Wasn't this too smooth? Along the way, Zhang Feng was thinking hard about this matter. But no matter how he thought about it, it still felt strange. Could it be because Niu Weili knows Lao Li? After seeing Lao Li go to find me yesterday, did he awaken his conscience? Yes. Damn it, that's it. Damn it, how could I forget about Lao Li? Zhang Feng patted his head and blamed this matter on Li Shimin. Only now did Zhang Feng completely let go of the doubts in his heart. However, if it was Lao Li, it definitely wouldn't be like this. This made Zhang Feng's desire to be an official even stronger. But now, although there were still 3 years. But in these 3 years, Zhang Feng was confident that with these 50,000 mu of land, his name would resound throughout the Tang dynasty. Fengzi, what's wrong with you? Why did you go out so early in the morning? Do you want us to accompany you to the magistrate's office? Unknowingly, Zhang Feng returned to the gate and closed it. At the gate, Li Qingqian and the others had been waiting for a long time. Even Qing Chumo poked through the paper window and looked inside. Seeing Zhang Feng come back to his senses, Li Qingqian and the others asked with a worried face, "Are you okay? I just heard that you were invited by the county magistrate." What happened? It's nothing. Isn't it just because your brother Feng is handsome and wants to treat me to a drink? Everyone could not help but roll their eyes. How could they not know what happened last night? That's enough. The bulls in Chang'an City have been blown to death by you. Let's go. Open the door quickly. It's such a hot day. Don't you feel embarrassed to let us stand at the door like idiots? They entered the room and found a place to sit down. He picked up a bamboo barrel of beer from the large vat in the backyard and drank to his heart's content. As they drank, Li Qingqian asked, "Fengzi, have you bought your land yet? I haven't seen you for the past few days. Do you need that long to buy land?" Pa! Zhang Feng didn't waste his breath. He slammed the title deed on the table. Look, look! 50,000 mu of land is now Zhang Feng's. Pooh! They couldn't help but spit out the wine in their mouths. How much? How many mu did you say? They thought Zhang Feng was buying the land in Chang'an City. So, when they heard Zhang Feng say 50,000 mu, even the carefree Qing Chumo couldn't help but praise him. Fengzi, did you buy the whole of Chang'an City? 50,000 mu. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to change your career and raise pigs? Get lost. I'll let you be the first one to run around the place. Zhang Feng was listening well at first, but when Qing Chumo spoke, the whole atmosphere changed. He wanted to show off, but this grandson of his had completely ruined it. However, these guys didn't give up and continued to ask, Fengzi, tell me, where did you buy? Did you really buy the whole of Chang'an City? Zhang Feng was speechless. Do you think I, Zhang Feng, have so much money? Can I afford to buy Chang'an City? Besides, take your brains and think about it. Can you buy it? Li Qingqian couldn't help but be more puzzled. If you didn't buy Chang'an City, then where did you buy? Why did you spend so much time? How could Zhang Feng tell him such a shameful thing? He rolled his eyes and said, speaking of that place. It's a good place, located between Beiba River and Chan River. Zhongnan Mountain is to the south, Shao Mountain is to the east, and Ba River is to the north. It's the first barrier of Chang'an City. Such a good place, I had to check it out first before buying it. What? You mean Shao Mountain? Then why did you buy Thatched Beach? Tell me honestly, how much money did you spend? This. Zhang Feng smiled and said, not much, just 50,000. 50,000. Qing Chumo and the others' eyes almost popped out. They couldn't help but silently put down their beers, shook their heads, and sighed. This sigh made Zhang Feng a little confused. Why? Do you think I've made a fortune? Let me tell you, this time it has nothing to do with you. No. Li Qingqian solemnly patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, you're going to beg for food. We're just embarrassed to drink your beer for free. Do you know that if you buy that place, it's equivalent to smashing it in your hands? Tell me, how can we take advantage of you? Chapter 496. That's right, Fengzi. If that place was a good place, it would have been bought by those shrewd businessmen long ago. That place was once washed out by the mud from the Ba and Chan rivers after a flood. Although that place looks good, it can't even grow crops. Although it looks like mud, when you use a hoe, it will turn into stones. If you have that money, why don't you use it to buy a few houses in Chang'an or a few shops and expand your little tavern? Do you have to throw money into the water like that? The few of them spoke one after another, making Zhang Feng dumbfounded. Isn't it just buying a piece of land? Do you have to be like this? Besides, who said that Lao Tzu bought land to grow crops? Do I, Zhang Feng, look like someone who grows crops? No, what's wrong with all of you? Didn't I just buy a piece of land? Do you have to put on such a sad face? Isn't it just 50,000 taels of silver? With our Zhang Feng's ability, this money is gone. Isn't it just a matter of earning it back with a meal? The few of them pursed their lips. They automatically filtered out Zhang Feng's words. With his character, even if he really suffered a loss, how could he say it out loud? This guy must be puffing himself up at his own cost. Li Qingqian couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and patted Zhang Feng, saying, Fengzi, although this 50,000 taels of silver is a small matter, it's really useless to buy a piece of land. You. It's fine, it's fine. This money is your father's. Zhang Feng's words directly choked Li Qingqian to death. Who was his father? That's the current emperor. Would his imperial father blindly use the money to do such a ridiculous thing? No. Hearing this, Li Qingqian asked in surprise, Fengzi, are you sure that this 50,000 taels of silver was taken by my father? Otherwise? Your father is really a wily old fox. His ability to not act without seeing the hair is really good. Then why are you buying this piece of land? With Li Qingqian asking like this, everyone finally relaxed. If it was the emperor who paid for this, then there must be a way. But this time, the emperor didn't even tell anyone. What did this mean? This meant that Zhang Feng was up to something big this time. Under their expectant gazes, Zhang Feng said slowly, I didn't buy this land for farming. Even if I want to farm, I'll leave it for you guys to farm in the future. Do you still remember what I said before? I'll let you guys learn real skills. When they heard this, their eyes instantly turned red. However, Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating for everyone to remain silent. He then continued, I said before that I will train you to become the people you want to be. Iron Bull, do you still remember the heavy armor I mentioned before? And the unbreakable shield, right? I remember. But, as long as you remember. Zhang Feng interrupted him. He said again, I remember that you want to learn real mathematics, as well as physics after mathematics, right? I still remember that I told you about the strange scriptures, right? Zhang Feng finally looked at Li Qingqian and asked. At this moment, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. At this moment, a few people also stood up excitedly and surrounded Zhang Feng. It was unknown if Zhang Feng was talking to himself or to them. His gaze went past them and looked at the street. He said in a low voice, in this world, who doesn't have a dream? Everyone has a dream. It's the same for me. You all think that I've always been sloppy. Indeed, I used to want to eat and wait for death, to be a salted fish. Don't ask me what a salted fish is. I can only say that after I met you, you all changed, and so did I. Slowly, I began to realize that there was the unfathomable Lao Li, the cunning Lao Sun, the honest and violent Lao Chen, the loyal Lao Wei, Lao Fang, and Lao Du. After that, I met the stubborn people of Chang and City. We were all changing, weren't we? You were all subtly influenced by me. At first, I was afraid of interacting with anyone in Chang and City. Later, I slowly discovered the frankness of Guzi, Zhu Zi, and the others, as well as the concern and frankness of Lao He, Lao Xiuzai, Zhu Zi's father, and other neighbors. At that time, I suddenly realized that I was not alone. I still had brothers, friends, and family. And the neighbors on the whole street. Zhang Feng spoke very slowly. At this time, the few people in the tavern looked at Zhang Feng with flickering eyes and fell silent. Zhang Feng took a sip of wine and said again, in the past, I thought that the world had nothing to do with me. If I went to the imperial court, with my ability, I, Zhang Feng, wouldn't have to worry about my name not being recorded in history. However, in the end, after the college was established, I suddenly realized that I still had nothing. All of you were very busy, but I still had nothing to do. From that day onward, I suddenly thought of something. If I want to leave my name in history, I don't just have to do it in the imperial court. I have to use everything that can benefit the country and the people. I have to use it on the people. Only then can I leave my name in history. Chapter 497. Feng Zi. Good brother, if you have something to say, just say it. You still have us. Yes. You once told us that if we want to surpass the glory of our parents, we have to be brave enough to walk out of their shadow. It's because of your words that we follow you wholeheartedly. If you have something to say, don't hold it in. Just say it. If we're brothers, we'll carry it together. Feng Zi, if Li Qingqian and the others couldn't tell what was going on, they would be fools. At this moment, Zhang Feng was going to teach them real skills. Wasn't this what they had been dreaming of? But why did they feel so bitter in their hearts right now? And uncomfortable? Why wasn't there a trace of excitement? No. Before Zhang Feng said those words, they were very excited to learn Zhang Feng's real skills. But after Zhang Feng said those words, they felt a kind of loneliness from Zhang Feng's calm words. Zhang Feng waved his hand. Okay, you guys are putting a lot of pressure on me, okay? Isn't this something to be happy about? I've finally walked out of the stubbornness in my heart. Isn't that something to be happy about? Feng Zi. Li Qingqian patted Zhang Feng heavily, but in the end, he choked with sobs. Okay, why are you crying as a man? I bought this place because it's far away from Chang and City. It's far away from the hustle and bustle of Chang and City. In this way, no one will be able to affect my research. Feng Zi, you're saying that you bought this place to set up that research institute? Li Qingqian asked in shock. Zhang Feng nodded. That's right, but also wrong. From now on, this place really belongs to me, Zhang Feng, but it also belongs to you guys. Here, I can do some research in peace. Tainyo, do you still remember the tricycle from before? How could Qing Chumo not remember? Yes, I do. Do you want to study that thing? Zhang Feng nodded and shook his head. That's right, that's not right either. Do you still remember this thing and the metal ship I made before? They looked at each other in surprise. The iron boat was listed as the top secret of the palace. However, they still remembered that this thing came from Zhang Feng. Iron boat, iron carriage, could there be a connection between these two? Suddenly, they seemed to have thought of something. Feng Zi, do you mean to say that you purposely made those iron boats and iron carriages? Is this the same method used to subdue Tubo? They couldn't help but think of a terrifying thing, and that was Zhang Feng's brain. This guy was a freak. Every time something happened, it would create a strange connection with the subsequent events. This time, when Zhang Feng said this, they suddenly thought of a terrifying thing. However, they were unable to connect that to anything that had happened before. The only thing that was connected was water transportation. Zhang Feng nodded again, then shook his head. Have you ever seen a ship that travels millions of li in a day? And it doesn't need people to row it. Have you ever seen a carriage that can travel thousands of li in a day and never get tired without cows and horses? Have you ever seen yourself wearing that invulnerable armor and entering a foreign land on the other side of the ocean? Boom! Li Qingqian and others were completely shocked. What was Zhang Feng talking about? A ship that can travel millions of li in a day. And it doesn't need people to row it? How could it be possible? And this carriage is tireless and never stops. How could it be possible? Even if it's a water wheel, it's impossible for it to never stop, right? And the other side of the ocean. This was the second time that Zhang Feng had mentioned this place. Was there really such a place? If so, and if it was really possible, what would happen if they didn't rely on the glory of their fathers and used their own ability to list the barbarian land that Zhang Feng once mentioned as the territory of the Tang dynasty? Involuntarily, the chests of the 5 teenagers in the tavern were violently heaving up and down. The eyes of the cynical Qing Chumo, Zhang Sun Chong, and Wei Shuyu were flashing with a burning light. They couldn't wait to take the ship that can travel millions of li in a day and go to that distant place. Dugo was very silent. However, from his tightly clenched fists, it could be seen that his heart was not calm at all. And Zhang Feng looked at their faces one by one. What was this? This was a dream. He once had a dream, but in the end, the dream was shattered into pieces. And in their eyes, wasn't it the same? Okay, boys, are you willing to be the one who can make your fathers look at you in a new light, and even throw them 8 streets away? Are you willing to study these strange things with me, and then show them to your fathers, and let him feel that you've grown up and are no longer the people who only need to eat and wait for death? Are you willing to fulfill your dreams with me? After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he stood up and placed his hand in front of Li Qingqian, asking, Li Qingqian, are you willing? I'm willing. Cheng Chumo and the others also stood up, and slapped Zhang Feng's neck, shouting, damn, good brother, I'm willing. Good brother. Ha ha ha. Even if I have to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, Chen Tinyu will let everyone know that their grandfather Chen is not only a demon king, but also a demon king that they will never forget. Ha ha ha, you're just bragging. If you have the ability, then try saying these words in front of your father. Ha ha ha. The few of them laughed and enjoyed together. For the same dream. Zhang Feng patted their shoulders. The few of them almost pinched Zhang Feng to the point of fainting. With great difficulty, he crawled out from under their arms, and Li Qingqian once again grabbed his shoulders, saying, Fengzi, just say it, what should we do next? We'll listen to you. Are you sure? Hearing this, the few of them couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, the expression on Zhang Feng's face made them panic involuntarily. Chapter 498. Fengzi, just say it. What exactly do you want to do? You're really asking for a beating right now, you know that? Cheng Chumo and the rest instantly woke up from their excitement when they saw Zhang Feng's sneaky smile. This guy was going to cause trouble again. When they thought of what they had said before, that they would go through water and tread on fire, they wished they could take those words back. But it was too late now. Zhang Feng looked at their expressions and smiled again. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that you all know that this institute has just been set up. It's impossible for me to give up on this. I heard that you all recruited more than 30 people in one night. I'll leave these people to you, but you only have 2 hours a day to teach them. After that, you'll basically stay in this research institute for the rest of your time. You're saying that we can also teach people to be teachers? Cheng Chumo and the rest pointed at themselves in disbelief. Zhang Feng shook his head. Do you think you're worthy? No. Cheng Chumo shook his head. People should know their own limits. They knew what abilities they had. If they were asked to teach these people how to eat meat, drink wine, go to the brothel and fight, there was nothing to say. But if they were really asked to teach these people how to eat meat, drink wine, go to the brothel and fight, there was nothing to say. Then forget it. Not to mention anything else. Yuchi Baolin and Yuchi Baochi were smarter than him. They were also veterans. If they were asked to teach them, what was that? They were completely looking for trouble. Cheng Chumo could not help but ask curiously, then tell me, you want us to teach people, and now you're saying this. What exactly are you asking us to teach? You're not going to teach them how to become stubborn, right? Don't worry about this. There's no need to teach them. They're all more open than us. When Zhang Feng heard this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. These are the people you found for me. Cheng Chumo's face stiffened. He shrunk his neck and said, well, didn't Li Gan's father ask us to look for them? We only know this group of people in Chang'an City. How are we supposed to find them in one night? We even went straight to his house and kidnapped him. When Zhang Feng heard this, he instantly had the urge to beat someone up. What the F***ck, what the hell is going on here? But now, Zhang Feng could only curse in his heart. That's enough. From now on, don't bring such people into the academy. After all, the academy might be divided into 2 courtyards in the future. Li Qingqian and the others had wanted to see Zhang Feng make a fool of himself, but when they heard Zhang Feng's words, their expressions couldn't help but become sluggish. Didn't you say that you don't want this academy anymore? Zhang Feng glanced at Li Qingqian. Who told you that we don't want this academy anymore? Do you think that Lao Tzu worked so hard to get it for fun? Let me tell you, Chang'an University will definitely be an important place for academic research in the future. Although the research institute is in Shao Mountain, that place is also where we conduct experiments. Do you understand now? These 2 academies can be said to be a place for academic research and to discover talents, while the other is a place for true learning of skills. To put it bluntly, this is a technical school. This is a place for true learning of skills. I named it White Deer College. Zhang Feng had thought it through very clearly. There was a long way to go. If he wanted to walk a different path from others, then he had to have his own characteristics. As for what characteristics he had to have, it had to be something professional. Take these guys for example. What if he asked Du Dabing to learn from Chintinyu? Forget it. In less than 3 days, this guy would definitely quit. Everyone had their own strengths. What Zhang Feng wanted to do was to try his best to make use of these people's strengths. That was all. However, as soon as the words, technical school, came out, Cheng Chumo and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Just as they were about to ask, Zhang Feng waved his hand. The so-called technical school is actually my academy. It includes winemaking, business, and even some other things. I once remembered a saying, with a skill in hand, you can travel thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Just like a carpenter, as long as you know how to do carpentry, you will starve to death. No. Now that the economy of the Tang dynasty has developed, what we lack now is talents in this area. No matter how good our current emperor is at scheming, if there is no one under him, he will still be doomed. That's not right, Fengzi. What I know now is that ever since the imperial examination system was introduced, everyone has set the college entrance examination as their goal. But if you do this, isn't this, Li Qingqian finally understood. So, the things that Zhang Feng had set up in Shao Mountain and those factories, to put it bluntly, were teaching these people how to work. If that was the case, would anyone come? Now that the academy had opened, although it was said to attract people, there were still people watching. If this matter was spread out, how many people would dare to come? Who would want to come? However, Zhang Feng said something that no one understood. Because of this, it needs me, it needs you. Chapter 499. Zhang Feng was right. Although the current Great Tang had all the basic necessities, it still didn't have the basic necessities. However, if the rubber factory, steel factory, and other things were to be built, and even the thing that he just said could travel thousands of miles in a day would definitely be built. At that time, when these things came out, no one would be able to accept them, repair them, or operate them. Then wouldn't Zhang Feng really be bored out of his mind to make these things? And these things were the things that would dominate the world in the future. These were the things that could make his name go down in history. This was also the main reason why he wanted to build a technical school. Last time, when Lao Li persuaded him to build a technical school, Zhang Feng was not a fool. When Lao Li opened his mouth, he knew. But this matter, this idea, he had already had it. Now the Tang dynasty belonged to the era of slavery and feudalism. Basically, more than half of the people in Chang'an city were slaves or people who had just gotten rid of their slavery. And they had been working hard all their lives to get rid of their slavery. Even if they had to work like a horse for others, they had to get rid of this thing. And Zhang Feng, who had been educated that everyone was equal, how could he see this? Therefore, from Go, Zi and the others, as well as the old elementary scholar, he suddenly had an epiphany. The reason why Pyrolite Mountain's Research Institute was located on Pyrolite Mountain and had even bought 50,000 mu of land was precisely because of this thing. Once this thing was developed, there would inevitably be countless factories on Pyrolite Mountain. How could they count on Li Gan and the others for these factories? Or should he count on Lao Li and the others? Weren't they all ordering others behind their backs? But this thing, unlike other things, was a technical work. Ordinary people really couldn't do it with more people. Although it wasn't a sophisticated thing, it was still a sophisticated thing for the people of this era. At this time, Li Qingqian and the others were no longer laughing and joking. Their eyes flickered. Seeing that Zhang Feng was thinking about something, they whispered to each other. Seeing that Zhang Feng had come back to his senses, Li Qingqian said in a serious tone, "Feng Zi, your idea is really awesome. As your brother, I have nothing to say about it. But have you thought about it? In the current Tang Empire, everyone hopes that their children can enter an academy. Only by being literate will they be able to stand out. Even if you work for a rich family, the salary and work of literate people will be very leisurely, and there will be a chance for you to be promoted. However, if you are illiterate, you will have to work hard for the rest of your life. Therefore, although what you said is really tempting, we still think that it will not work. Think about it. If you can afford it, who doesn't want to be successful in school? But I know what you want to say." Zhang Feng waved his hand lightly. "Let me give you an example. Let's take that invulnerable shield as an example. It's actually made of steel. I want to build a steel mill on Shao Mountain. It's not something that can be done with a large number of people. It requires a certain amount of knowledge. For example, at what temperature can the steel be formed, at what temperature, and what kind of effect can be achieved? Tell me, is this something that ordinary people can do?" Li Qingqian thought for a while and shook his head. "No. Then isn't it enough? This matter, I, Zhang Feng, dare to bet that among the 5 of you, although you and Dabing are the best learners, you may not be able to make this thing. I'm talking about 3 more years of learning. Then you're saying that we don't have the strength of Iron Bull? When the time comes, won't we find someone? Dugo grumbled unhappily. Instantly, he was glared at by Li Qingqian. Only then did Dugo shrink his neck and stop talking. However, at this time, Li Qingqian and the others did not say anything. They seemed to be waiting for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded. Yes, you're right. But what kind of people are you looking for? Can they know the knowledge that you have now? Let me tell you, although this thing looks simple, if you don't understand the overall structure of steel and have a reserve of knowledge in this area, even if you invite the best blacksmith and smelter in the world, you may not be able to make it. This is the power of knowledge. You think that you have a lot of knowledge? No, you haven't even scratched the surface. After mathematics is the physics that I mentioned before. Without a certain level of physics, no matter who comes, it is impossible to make steel. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he smiled faintly. Now, how much do you think you have learned? Now, do you think that this school that I called a technical school is simple? If you still think that this thing is simple, very good. Find some people and persuade me. I, Zhang Feng, will immediately carry this thing and never come to Chang'an again. Chapter 500. Seeing how confident Zhang Feng was, Li Qingqian and the others were speechless. Zhang Feng was never one to boast. That was the scariest part. That was to say, what they were learning now, as well as the division and multiplication that they thought were the true mysteries of mathematics, were really the limit. Then what was the physics that Zhang Feng was talking about? And that was Zhang Feng's true ability. That spear that could break through anything. Even if Zhang Feng didn't spread it out, he could rely on that sample to make him successful and famous. But what did they hear now? Zhang Feng wanted to pour all his abilities into this school. That also meant that Zhang Feng really wanted to groom them as his successors. This, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Even Dugo couldn't help but feel a little emotional at this time. Fengzi, are you sure you want to impart everything you've learned to us? And that whatever physics, what exactly is it? Is it really that magical? Magical? Zhang Feng asked back and smiled. This isn't about magical or not. Let me ask you, De Bing. Think about it, if one day you can control the thunder and lightning in the sky, will you think it's magical? If one day you can create lightning and use it to benefit the Tang dynasty, will you think it's magical? When one day you're flying in the sky in your experiment, you won't think how magical it is. These things, in your eyes at that time, are actually just sets of formulas. These are physics. The place where we live now is actually full of physics knowledge. It's just that we don't realize it. When Zhang Feng said that, Li Qingqian and Dugo couldn't help but be shocked. Flying in the sky. Being able to control thunder and lightning and create thunder and lightning? Wasn't this something that only the legendary gods could do? How could they possibly have such an ability? How was this possible? Qing Chumo could not help but feel anxious. Feng Zi, can I also master that thing you mentioned? Thunder and lightning. F***ck. That's an ability that only immortals can control. Feng Zi, are you really an immortal? Zhang Feng was speechless. Do I look like a god to you? It would be great if I was really a deity. Unfortunately. But don't flatter me. Some things are innate. You are destined not to be able to learn them. Of course, you have other uses. As Zhang Feng spoke, Dugo grew agitated. So you're saying that I'll be able to control it? But Iron Bull and the others aren't bad either. Zhang Feng shook his head. It's not a problem of being bad or not. This depends on talent. This thing isn't some immortal skill. It's just something that is commonly used in physics. In the future, you will naturally come into contact with it. Think about it now. With the 5 of you, only 2 people can do it. Think about it carefully. If you build a factory on this land of 50,000 mu, when the time comes, there will only be 2 of you. Do you want to die of exhaustion? Zhang Feng didn't say anything else. Li Qingxian's and Du Gou's expressions couldn't help but flicker with uncertainty. Zhang Feng was telling the truth. When the time comes, if it was some steel factory, although they didn't know what it was. But it was definitely similar to iron. When the time comes, let the 2 of them boil molten iron? Was that possible? Although they didn't know what it was, they had seen blacksmiths forge iron. When the time comes, if it all fell on them. That. When they thought of the crown prince of a country being a blacksmith, they felt that something was wrong. However, the ability to control thunder and lightning that Zhang Feng had sketched out had really attracted them. Especially Li Qingxian. When the time comes, if they really learned this craft, they only needed this. When he showed it in the political announcement hall that day, he really wanted to see the expressions of everyone in the political announcement hall at that time. That would be the real excitement. Feng Zi, I understand what you mean. What you mean is that everyone has their own advantages. For example, I was born with great strength. But De Sha, Chong Zi, De Bing, Li Gan, we are all different from each other. So in the future, we will learn different things, right? That is to say, although we can't learn the ability to control thunder and lightning, we will definitely learn something else, right? Also, this school, no, this technical school, is specially here to do this thing. Ching Chumo rubbed his hair and instantly loosened the bun on his head. At this time, his hair covered his face and looked a little crazy. But he also got to the point. Zhang Feng nodded. He gave a thumbs up with some appreciation. You're right. Everyone is an individual, so our teaching policy in the future will be based on this. As for things like, I care about others, that's bullsh*t. When the time comes, when you graduate, I will give you marks. This thing depends on the skills you have mastered. Who the hell saw you learn a few words? Chapter 501. Chang and University and White Deer Institute have never been a place where you would be judged based on your knowledge. In this place, I don't care how stubborn you are or how weird you are. What I want is weird. Only these weirdos will blossom with unfathomable brilliance in the future. As for those people who only read books, when the time comes, they will be a **king block of wood, completely useless. You can hide your weapons with your knowledge. Zhang Feng told them about the new academy's final definition of knowledge. Li Qingxian and the others finally understood why Zhang Feng had set the standard of 10 marks a day and a test every month. So this was the cause of all these things. Zhang Feng, this bastard, was really **king mean. Fengzi, if that's the case, you did it on purpose when you asked us to wash the floor the first time you entered the academy? Cheng Chumo clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. It seemed that he would go up to Zhang Feng to loosen his muscles if he didn't answer correctly. Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched. What are you doing? Which day are you talking about? Why don't I remember asking you to wash the floor? Did you hear it wrong? When they heard that, they were furious. Brothers, did you hear that? Fengzi was playing with us last time. Lao Tzu's palms were bruised. What should we do? Beat him up. As they spoke, the angry people rushed forward. Of course, they didn't really want to beat up Zhang Feng. After twisting together for a while, they lay on the floor of the tavern and looked at the tiles above the tavern. Li Qingxian panted and said, Feng Zi, are you sure you want to do this? Yes. Then, if that's the case, I'll take care of the construction of Xingshan Academy. After all, I know a lot of people. When Zhang Feng heard this, how could he be unwilling? Just the matter of the title deed made him not want to do these trivial things anymore. Now that someone took the initiative to contract, and it was a rich second generation, how could he, Zhang Feng, not agree? This was something that could be done without spending any money. Only a fool would refuse. Alright, since you've taken it on, let's start as soon as possible. The sooner the research institute is repaired, the sooner we can start teaching you about physics. Zhang Feng hurriedly agreed. Li Qingxian smacked his lips and thought for a while before asking, Fengzi, can you tell me a little first? What exactly is physics? Physics, Zhang Feng was in a difficult position. It wasn't that he didn't know how to explain it. Instead, it was because many of these things felt wrong if he said them out loud. After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng said, actually, this thing is very simple. When you can fly into the sky with a piece of paper and an oil lamp, then come find me. When Li Qingxian heard this, his eyes couldn't help but pop out. Isn't this a Kongming lantern? It's such a simple thing, you. Zhang Feng slapped his head in realization. He had really forgotten about that master. However, Zhang Feng glanced at Li Qingxian and said, I'm not done yet. What I mean is, if you can make this thing send a chicken into the sky, and it's even carrying a chicken into the sky, then come find me. Li Qingxian was stunned. He knew about this Kongming lantern. It could be used to fly into the sky with an oil lamp and a piece of paper. However, if he put a chicken in this lantern? How was that possible? As he thought about it, Li Qingxian left. On one hand, he wanted to figure out how the chicken could fly into the sky and wanted to try it himself. On the other hand, he wanted to find an artisan as soon as possible and settle the matter of the academy. However, when Li Qingxian left the small tavern, he waved his hand from afar. Instantly, a few woodcutters appeared in front of Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian looked at them and said, now, go and find the materials for this crown prince's Kongming lantern. As he spoke, Li Qingxian slowly walked away while muttering to himself. He left behind a few dumbfounded people. What's going on? It's not a holiday or a new year. Why does the crown prince want a Kongming lantern? Who knows? Let's go and find it quickly. Since the crown prince needs it, it means that this thing is very important. Go, go, go. It's strange. Why would he put a Kongming lantern here? After Li Qingxian left. In the tavern, Dugo and the others frowned like insects on a tree. They knew about the Kongming lantern and had even let it go. However, it was already at its limit to bring an oil lamp. Now, Zhang Feng wanted to bring a chicken. Even if it was a little chick, it had to be at least 1 or 2 pounds, right? Moreover, this thing was alive. It was inevitable that it would kick and stomp around. How could it make the Kongming lantern fly? Cheng Chumo couldn't help but pull his hair and think hard. Zhang Sun and Wei Shuyu were muttering something. Only Dugo was left trying to figure something out. For a while, Zhang Feng finally had some free time. He believed that these guys would definitely participate in this experiment. However, could they really succeed? Chapter 502. At this moment, Zhang Feng just remembered that he was hungry. He woke up at noon, went to the county yamen to get the title deed, and talked with these guys for a long time. Now that he was free, he felt so hungry that he almost fainted. He saw that they were thinking about the Kongming lantern and couldn't think of anything for a while. In the end, he quietly ran to the kitchen and took out the cured meat that he had cooked before. He held it and gnawed on it while gulping down a can of beer. Only then did he feel energized. When he walked out of the kitchen with a lamb leg in his hand, he saw Cheng Chumo, who smelled the aroma and came over. Cheng Chumo's eyes instantly turned red when he saw the lamb leg. Wow! We were all fooled by this thing that you came up with, but you hid away to eat delicious food? Hurry up and make some food. We're all hungry. As he spoke, Cheng Chumo grabbed Zhang Feng's half-eaten lamb leg and took away the beer in his hand. Zhang Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It turned out that these people really treated his place as a free tavern. But he touched his stomach and didn't want to argue with Cheng Chumo anymore. It was better to fill his stomach now. He casually made a few bowls of noodles in the kitchen. When he brought them out, the lamb leg had already been eaten by the 4 of them. Seeing Zhang Feng carrying a big bowl of noodles, they consciously ran to the kitchen and brought out their own portions. They squatted beside Zhang Feng and ate the garlic in a daze. Fengzi, now that Li Gan has taken care of the construction of the school, shouldn't the school in Chang and recruit some people first? Otherwise, with just the few of us, it will be a little difficult. Moreover, the school will be built quickly. By the time it's done, it will be the busy farming season in September. By then, it will be difficult to even find a temporary job, let alone recruit people. Zhang Sun said vaguely while slurping the noodles. As soon as he said that, Zhang Feng remembered this matter. Then tell me, do you have any good ideas? My school, although it's called a school, but you know the things inside. To put it bluntly, it's a technical school. Compared with the Imperial College, there's still a big gap. Both schools are in Chang'an, and there's bound to be a conflict when recruiting. Right. Zhang Feng suddenly thought of something. He put the bowl on his knee and said, I have an idea. Do you think it will work? If you have something to say, then say it. Ching Chumo rolled his eyes, threw a clove of garlic into his mouth, and said while chewing. Zhang Feng was so angry that he wanted to smash his bowl, which was bigger than his head, on Ching Chumo's face. But when he thought that he couldn't beat this guy, he admitted defeat. I don't intend to charge tuition. When the time comes, it will be deducted from their wages as workers in the factory. Not only that, I will also formulate a set of scholarships in the future. Also, when they are in the school, the students must strictly abide by the rules. Every student's monthly living expenses, which is food money, can only bring one amount. If they have more than that, it will all be confiscated. If they have more than that, they will be recorded in the school register for the second time. What do you think? Hearing this, several people's eyes almost popped out. When Zhang Feng said, one amount of money, they were already jealous. When Zhang Feng finished speaking, their fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Seeing this, Zhang Feng added again, what do you want to do? This is my academy. The rules have to be like this. Otherwise, how can these rich people experience the pleasure of being in this academy? And those poor students, how can they get the so-called same amount? You didn't hear wrong. No matter how arrogant Lao Tzu is outside, in Lao Tzu's school, Lao Tzu's territory, even a dragon has to be coiled around by Lao Tzu. You can't accept it. If you can't accept it, scram. When Zhang Feng said this, Ching Chumo and the others put down their fists, touched their noses, and continued to eat their noodles. But their ugly expressions showed how much they were struggling in their hearts at this time. One amount of money. Damn, what was the use of one amount of money? Was it enough to pay for a meal? Damn it, it still needed a month. If they couldn't accept it, it would be recorded in the school register. F***ck this thing. If it was someone else who said this, even if it was the boss of the Imperial College, if he dared to say this in front of them, they would dare to beat him half to death on the spot. But this was Zhang Feng. They didn't dare to. Involuntarily. The few of them could only sigh in their hearts. Damn, this Fengzi must have been provoked. Otherwise, how could he say such a perverted thing? Zhang Feng didn't care about this anymore. At this time, in his mind, he instantly thought of a dozen rules. But after thinking about it, he finally rejected them one by one. Recruiting people was a headache now. Even if he was given a blank imperial edict and asked to fill in the rules, what was the use? Damn people. That was the most important thing. When the few of them burped and touched their bellies, Zhang Feng said with an incomparable headache, brothers, now we have a problem. If you are brothers, give us an idea. How should we recruit this person? Ching Chumo rolled his eyes when he heard this. Recruit? Recruit my ass. King have 1 month of money. Even if you invite, no one will King dare to come. Chapter 503. Feng Zi, don't blame Tainyo. What he said is right. Li Gan also said that although the few of us feel that the academy is very, fresh and refined, all the students and neighbors are thinking about how to be the top scorer and enter the imperial court. It's exactly the same as what you were thinking before. Therefore, it's very difficult to be a person. Zhang Sun patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. After he finished speaking, he let out a heavy sigh. The others also patted Zhang Feng's shoulder one after another. They shook their heads and sighed. Zhang Feng's eyes were green with envy. Motherf *Ker, I asked you to come up with an idea, not for you to insult me. The few of them moved their stools and leaned against the wall in the backyard. They rubbed their stomachs and picked their teeth. Feng Zi, if you really want to recruit this person, I suggest you go to Chang'an City or outside the city. Recruit those who are slaves, those who can't afford to go to school, or those who don't want to go to school but are forced to buy their families. Dugo thought for a while and proposed a compromise. However, Zhang Feng could not help but frown when he heard that. That was a good idea. However, it was not a good idea. Although these poor students were hardworking, their foundation was too weak. If there were some of them, it would be fine. However, if the entire technical school was filled with such people, it would not be good. This was the root of their inferiority. Given his current state, 3 years as a senior was definitely not enough for him to straighten out. Is that the solution? It's okay, but it's not suitable. Don't just stand there. As long as you can come up with a solution, Lao Tzu will give you preferential treatment in the school from now on. Really? Feng Zi, are you serious? The few of them heard that and their eyes instantly lit up. Feng Zi, I don't have any other requests. As long as there's good wine and good food every day, I, Tai Nyo, will listen to whatever you say. Scram, this is the academy. You're not allowed to drink alcohol. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't even think about eating Lao Tzu's dishes in the future. Zhang Feng had seen people who took advantage of a burning house, but he had never seen someone who took advantage of the situation like this. He couldn't help but become stubborn. Hearing this, Ching Chumo couldn't help but shut his mouth. But after thinking for a while, he asked, then you should at least tell me what kind of things you are going to set up in that technical school in the future. Otherwise, how can we give you advice? Dugo couldn't help but feel speechless and said, that's right, Feng Zi. You should tell us what the nature of this Shao Mountain Academy will be in the future. Only then will we know how to find a solution for you. Also, what the hell is physics? Do you really plan to teach everyone? Zhang Feng slapped his head. Only then did he remember that he had spoken for so long. The Shao Mountain Academy hadn't even settled down yet. Chang'an University would definitely give priority to normal teaching. The people in this place were basically prepared for those bookworms who didn't seek to break the rules. The research center in Shao Mountain was really prepared for those eccentric geniuses. It was also the core of the future. And the technical school, to put it bluntly, was also structured in this core. His requirements were that these people should be on par with those great scholars in literature. As for martial arts, they should at least be fierce people who could not only learn some military tactics, but also go into battle to kill. He also wanted them to be familiar with all the knowledge of physics. Basically, they should be all-rounders. Only then could they be called eccentric geniuses. I've thought about it. Zhang Feng pondered for a while and said, I plan to continue the Chang'an Academy. But it's a conventional academy, a place prepared for those pedantic people who don't break the rules. To put it bluntly, such people will be like that for the rest of their lives. But I'm going to name this Shao Mountain Academy White Deer Plain. In this place, I not only want them to be able to compete with the Prime Minister in literature but also be able to fight with the great General Qing Yaojin in martial arts for dozens of rounds on the sand table. This is only one of them. Among them, I plan to set up more than 30 elective courses. Everyone must choose 3 elective courses and 3 major courses. These things will be used to evaluate what level a person can reach after 3 years. Relatively speaking, the way of Confucius and Mencius will only play an auxiliary role. Think about it. If you're on the battlefield, would you prefer to see a group of armchair strategists or a group of people who can fight on horseback and talk about war on the battlefield? They were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. Zhang Feng had actually F*King set up more than 30 elective courses. But what the hell was this elective course? Fengzi, you said that you're going to set up 30 elective courses? Yes. What elective courses? You'll know when the time comes. In short, you'll be very comfortable. Will Jingshu come? Get out of here. Zhang Feng was furious. He pointed at them with trembling fingers. Damn it. If you want to live a smooth life in the next 3 years, you'd better find a way to deal with Lao Tzu right now. Chapter 504. People. What they lacked now was people. But it would really be like what Zhang Feng said. He was able to argue with old Master Wei Zheng and the others in court, and he was able to fight with Master Qing Yaojin in martial arts. Could Zhang Feng do it? They were not sure. But they saw that Zhang Feng seemed to be serious this time. They couldn't help but look forward to it. Not to mention others, if the few of them could really do this, then wouldn't they really be able to surpass their father? Not to mention surpassing him. For example, if Qing Chumo could really reach the level of his father, the god of war, wouldn't it mean that even if his father retired, the Qing family could still continue to have a place in the Tang dynasty because of him? This was a question that every duke was seriously thinking about at this time. Especially Qing Chumo. This was not the first time he had heard his father speak of this. His father was not stupid. But in front of the emperor, he had to pretend to be stupid. What was this? This was a law that allowed one to continue to survive in the imperial court. If Qing Yaojin was that kind of muddle-headed and stupid, how could he become the god of war? Wouldn't that be a joke? And Qing Yaojin had always told him and his elder brother, Qing Chuzhou, about this. A family could not have 2 generals. It was not that Qing Yaojin didn't know that Qing Chumo's talent in military affairs was no less than his own. But in order to let the Qing family survive in the court safely, he had to do this. Especially Wei Shuyu. Although he could achieve good results in the army at a young age. But no matter how poor Wei Zheng was, he strictly forbade Wei Shuyu from joining the army and becoming an official in the court. It was not that he was incapable, but he didn't want to squeeze into the whirlpool and end up with a broken family. They were all stubborn. But that was all on the surface. They were all trying their best to use this method to make themselves forget their mission and numb the eyes in the imperial court. There were countless pairs of eyes staring at the throne behind each of the dukes. There were always people who wanted to push them down and replace them. Therefore, at this moment, when they heard Zhang Feng's words, the group of youths couldn't help but tremble again. Xingshan is a good place. Away from the disputes of the imperial court. Zhang Feng even used this kind of mixed method to let them grow up in a short period of time. What is this? Once 3 years passed, even if they did not enter the imperial court as officials, they would learn even more in the future. When Li Qingxian ascended the throne, would they not enter the imperial court as officials? Unless that bastard Li Qingxian's head was clamped by a door. Moreover, it was obvious that the emperor had acquiesced in this matter. Otherwise, to build an academy at the foot of the emperor? Aren't you overthinking things? Upon having this thought, the burning desire in the eyes of Qing Chumo and the others grew even stronger. Madman, you're just messing with people. This is easy. Think about it, although most of our friends are stubborn, their stubbornness is also divided into different grades. Among them, there are many people who are basically in the same situation as us. They are basically the second or third child in the family and belong to the kind of people who are not loved at all. They are the same as us and are thoroughly disappointed in our families. Everyone has a dream, everyone has a longing to bring glory to the family in the future, but the result is often cruel. Our parents only want to live desperately, but never think about what we want. What do we want to do in the future? Our only fate is to eat and wait for death, to become trading objects, to become tools for marriage, or to be abandoned when we can. Although Chingchumo was smiling at this moment, 2 streaks of tears had already streaked across his cheeks. At this moment, Dugo, Zhang Sunchong, and Wei Shuyu were also silent, their eyes filled with thick tears. Were their fates not the same? Because their fates were determined at birth, when they were young, they still had dreams and fantasies. Although at that time their mother sternly scolded them not to speak nonsense, they didn't understand. They wanted to learn from their father and surpass their father. But when they grew up and the smile on their father's face became fewer and fewer, they gradually understood their own fates. Therefore, they no longer had any fantasies. Iron Bull is right. Although we are stubborn, what else can we do other than eat and wait for death? No matter how much trouble we cause outside, the next day, we will be beaten half to death by our father and nothing will happen to us. Feng Zi, do you know? This feeling is so unbearable. Feng Zi, you were once a child of a big family. Perhaps you can understand. Although Zhang Feng was not a child of a big family, he did know that in this dynasty where the feudal system was the strongest, such things were the most common. Many problems could be seen from Zhang Sunchong and Chingchumo's marriage to the imperial princess. However, in the end, these people were all miserable. Why did they not marry the princess to Chingchumo? Why did they choose to marry Chingchumo instead? In addition, why was Zhang Sunchong able to marry Princess Chang'e? This was all because Emperor Taizong wanted to balance the power in the court. As for the great clans and corporations of the later generations, weren't they also like this, using their children to form marriage alliances? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. Motherf *Ker, did this custom start in the Tang dynasty? Chapter 505. This was 2F King Scary. Zhang Feng looked at these guys who were usually not afraid of anything but were now crying. He sighed and said, all right. How old are you? Don't you feel ashamed crying? Don't you feel ashamed? Fate is in your own hands. Although you can't decide your birth, isn't it up to you to decide how you want to walk your future path? So, as long as you want to learn, I will teach you everything I know. But you, Iron Bull, have been talking for so long. Aren't you just trying to get your friends to come over? Alright, I agree. But you have to promise me one thing. If these people really want to climb up, although I can't teach them like how I teach you, I will still teach them what I know. As for how much they can learn, that will depend on themselves. However, if they dare to cause trouble in the academy, then don't blame me for what happens. How could he not see that Chintinu wanted to get his good friends to come over? However, this was not a good way for the college's development. Once their families found out that they were studying business here, and that it was a college that was stubbornly gathered together, they would feel that it was nonsense. Iron Bull, Chongzi, although this method is good, it is not a long-term solution. So, we should do as little as possible. After all, this is what we are doing now. People who don't know what we are doing will think that we are doing something bad. Moreover, the Imperial College is also watching from the side. If DSLR makes a mistake, the consequences will be unimaginable. I know. Don't worry about me, Iron Bull. Seeing that Zhang Feng did not refuse, Chingchumo patted his chest loudly. Now that he had encountered something good, how could he forget about his good friends? However, since Feng Zi did not directly refuse to help, what if this group of bastards dared to cause trouble here? They would not dare even if you gave them 8 times the courage. Even the Crown Prince was learning from them. Who do you think you are? You still dare to put on airs? You really don't want to live anymore. Seeing that Chingchumo's method was accepted, Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others couldn't help but start to think. Feng Zi, I have an idea. This matter is simple. You just need to write some notices and post them. Wouldn't that be enough? Zhang Sun said. Dugo also frowned and said, no, this is the academy. How can we use such an ordinary method? Moreover, have you ever seen any commoner who is literate? Therefore, this method won't work. Have you forgotten how Feng Zi fiddled with the bone-strengthening powder and the locust egg? As long as we spend a little money and find hundreds of people to walk around Chang and City and outside Chang and City, we will see the effect, won't we? We have to use different methods. What we're doing is something no one has ever done before. Naturally, when we recruit people, we have to highlight our characteristics. Only then will it suit us. As for after they come in, that will be easy. With the Crown Prince and the others around, how could this group of people dare to cause trouble? You're probably tired of living. However, Zhang Feng still wasn't satisfied after thinking about it. Although both methods could be used, they didn't clearly highlight the academy's awesomeness. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel that the recruitment this time wasn't as simple and easy as he had imagined. Feng Zi, tell me. I feel that Dabing and Chong Chang's method is feasible. Moreover, ordinary people wouldn't be able to think of such a method. Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. It won't work. Think about it. If you can think of 2 methods that can highlight the awesomeness of our White Deer College, that will be enough. However, these 2 methods are really lacking. In fact, they're a little damaging. Therefore, think about it again. This method is really lacking. Hearing that, they couldn't help but frown. Still not satisfied? They couldn't help but frown and pull at their hair as they continued to think of other methods. Feng Zi, how about this? Don't you want to highlight the uniqueness of our academy? Why don't we put up a poster of our academy's uniqueness, or call out all the brothers I know and invite them from door to door on the streets? Will that work? Good, this is a good idea. Think about it. What are we? If we can come here, why can't they come? That's right, Feng Zi. This is a good idea. When the time comes, I'll bring those people from the streets to stand at the entrance of Yan Lai restaurant. Perhaps within a few days, everyone will be able to witness our awesomeness. Alright. What kind of lousy idea are you guys coming up with? We're recruiting students, not recruiting soldiers. If we follow your method, don't talk about recruiting, we'll be lucky if we don't scare people to death. Zhang Feng was speechless. What kind of ideas were they coming up with? Each of them was worse than the other. If that was the case, they might as well go to Chang and City to recruit able-bodied men. However, what was the use of that? He wanted people who were willing. Moreover, they were people who truly wanted to come here to learn. At this time, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of something. If there was an imperial edict or a document from the higher-ups, then everything would be easy to handle. Motherf *Ker. This was the Tang dynasty. Did they need to go through the back door? F*** Zhang Feng's head was throbbing with pain. At this time, Qing Chumo and the other 3 were huddled together as they muttered something. Look, the ideas we've come up with now are all unreliable. This won't do. De Sha, De Bing, and Chong Zi, the 3 of you are the only ones with some brains other than Brother Gon. This won't do. Each of you think of an idea. After we've thought of it, we'll tell Feng Zi. Chapter 506. Wei Shuyu couldn't take it anymore. She stared at Qing Chumo and said, so you want to slack off? This is something that concerns both of us. Think about it, this is something that concerns both of us. When the time comes to recruit people, won't we be the ones doing it? After we recruit people, won't they listen to us in the college? So, no one is allowed to slack off. Whoever dares to slack off, be careful of Lao Tzu. F*** you think you're the only one who can fight? Just think. I'll say one first. Qing Chumo was furious. But after holding back for a long time, he didn't say anything. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. No, F***, this is really a little tricky. Qing Chumo slapped his forehead as if he had thought of something. He said excitedly, I've got it. Why don't we ask the people from Imperial College for help? F***, you're really stupid. We're opening a college and recruiting students. We're competing with the Imperial College for business. It's good enough that the people from Imperial College don't come looking for trouble. King want to ask them for help. Are you courting death? Then what do you think we should do? Ching Chumo spread his hands and gave up. He said he didn't want to. This made him think. He had thought of everything that could be thought of. Was this wrong? Du Go and Wei Shuyu couldn't help but look at Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun frowned and looked at Ching Chumo. Then he looked at Zhang Feng, who lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. He said, actually, I've thought of a way. This way is definitely better than Tai Nyo's. But there's one thing. Don't talk about it. Let's think about it first, okay? If you have something to say, just say it. What are you waiting for? The two heard this and their faces lit up. Even Zhang Feng couldn't help but listen attentively. Zhang Sun Chong then said, in fact, we all forgot one thing, and that is our father's power. As long as we can say. Can you be a little more ambitious? We're just causing trouble for ourselves. Brother, if you have to rely on your father for this matter, then how can you make your father look at you in a different light? It's not as good as Iron Bull's idea. Du Go interrupted Zhang Suan's charge like a poisonous snake. He rolled his eyes and cursed. Ching Chumo could not help but straighten his back as if he was showing off. And Zhang Sun couldn't stand it anymore. He was so anxious that his neck turned red. Motherf *Ker, Lao Tzu knew that you would definitely jump up. Can't you let me finish first? Okay. Tell me. What I mean is, we don't need to use our father's power. We only need to go to our father. If you're scared, I'll go to my father's subordinates. As long as they take action, they can probably deal with this matter. Doesn't this mean that we won't have to rely on our father? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. This idea could work. Putting aside whether or not this method would work, at the very least, they could follow Old Sun's lead and find Lord Zhang Sun or their connections in the government. However, Zhang Feng thought about it carefully. He rejected it again. He did not reject it. It was because before Zhang Sun could finish, Du Go scolded him. King thought that you had come up with some awesome idea, but in the end, you still want to rely on your father, don't you? What's the difference between this and looking for your father? Change it. Idiot Wei, come here. You've been stifling your laughter the whole night. Looks like you've really thought of something. Du Go pointed at Wei Shuyu, who was laughing secretly. Wei Shuyu's smile instantly disappeared from his face. Ahem, let me say something. If you dare to scold me, can you do it? When you go to Lao Li's place, Lao Tzu will make you suffer. Du Go's face froze. But he did not say anything. He really took this matter as his own business and made a fool of himself. Wei Shuyu's father was the emperor's favorite person. Even a fool could tell that the emperor wanted to cultivate Wei Shuyu, this big idiot. As for Ching Chumo and Zhang Sun, although they were both second-generation rich, one of them had extensive connections in the military and the other was the emperor's nephew. He was the only one who was in the most awkward position. That was why he had always been focused on his work. After he received Zhang Feng's division and multiplication tables, he did not even sleep much. He studied them with all his might. On one hand, it was because he liked them. On the other hand, it was because his father had been strict with him since he was young. That was why he had such a temperament. He also knew that no one in this group really liked him. They all found him annoying. But so what? Everything changed when he met Zhang Feng. And today, when he heard Zhang Feng's inner thoughts, his whole body trembled. Because he suddenly realized that he and Zhang Feng were the same kind of people. That was why he was particularly concerned about this matter. When he saw the attitude of the three people, he could not help but go crazy. If you have something to say, just say it. Du Go's face darkened. Wei Shuyu touched his nose and said, "We're actually thinking too far ahead. We don't really see the problem. The problem now is not whether we can recruit people or not. The system of the new school is different from the current school system. Now, the goal of any school is to study. Who doesn't have such an attitude when they come to school? Zhang Feng heard this and could not help but nod. Seeing Wei Shuyu, this guy mysteriously stopped, Zhang Feng could not help but urge, continue. Ahem. Then I'll say it. Fengzi, your idea is very good, but you have forgotten one thing. Nowadays, no one can accept this. In their hearts, scholars should hold books every day and talk about it. Who would have thought that in your academy, this thing has become secondary? Chapter 507. In this way, think about it. Will anyone still come? No. Even if all the students want to come, even if you let them come for free, they won't be satisfied. They will think that you're harming their son. You're delaying their son's chance to be the top scorer. Zhang Feng couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at him. This big idiot Wei looked like a fool. However, this sentence really revealed his true thoughts. Motherf asterisk Ker, there really is such a problem. The teaching ideas now all came from the future. In his view, these things were very normal. This was from his point of view. But what if it was from the point of view of the Tang people? What was this? This was an anomaly. An anomaly. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at Dugo. Big Biscuit, tell me your thoughts. At this moment, Zhang Feng's last hope was on Dugo. This kid was usually mysterious and had the potential to become Tang Sanzang. In this matter, Zhang Feng could see that this kid was really interested. Not only him. At this moment, these 5 people basically all had a strong interest in this matter. However, Zhang Feng really didn't have that intention from what the first 5 people had said. Now it was up to Big Biscuit. Big Biscuit, this big idiot is right. The root of the problem is that our current situation is somewhat difficult to understand. Can you think of a way to make these people accept this thing? After all, you know that my set of methods is to coexist theory and knowledge. In this way, we can avoid becoming the kind of people who only read books. This kind of talent will be the mainstream talent in the future. So you see, hearing this, Dugo couldn't help but get up and move his sore legs. He took the jar of wine that was almost empty from Ching Chumo's hand, raised his head and poured it down. A moment later, Dugo's face and neck were red. He burped and said, Fengzi, do you trust me? If you trust me, I'll tell you the truth. This matter is very difficult. I neglected it before, but now that this kid mentioned it, I remembered. Now, this problem is easy to solve, but it's also very difficult to solve. Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement when he heard this. Ching Chumo and the other 2 looked at Dugo in surprise. Dugo was silent for a few moments before saying, if we can get an imperial edict to explain the foundation of our academy and how it is different from other academies, then maybe this matter will be resolved. When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but cower. Aren't you talking nonsense? Do you think the imperial edict is a cabbage? Do you think I'll be able to invite him just because I said so? Moreover, why would the emperor give you an imperial edict for something like this? Or is it a special imperial edict for us? Although Zhang Feng was complaining, Ching Chumo and the others' eyes lit up. They could understand the meaning of Dugo's words. The problem now was that the people could not accept this matter. However, if there was an imperial edict, then it would be a different story. This imperial edict was really simple for them. After all, the land for this academy was bought by the emperor. That was to say, the emperor approved of this matter. If this matter was blocked, then what would the emperor do? As long as the matter was explained clearly, wasn't it just an imperial edict? The emperor could give 10 imperial edicts. However, Zhang Feng did not know this. Therefore, this was the real meaning of Dugo's words, it's easy to say, but it's also difficult to say. Do you think it's difficult? Difficult. Do you think it's not difficult? It's really not difficult. However, at this time, Zhang Feng was so worried that he pulled his hair. Forget it, forget it. Let's leave it at that. I'll think about it. You all think about it. After all, we still don't know when this academy will be built. There's still time. Zhang Feng suspected that they might be too anxious now, so they fell into the wrong thinking. These men thought about it for 2 hours and still could not think of a problem. They must have walked into a blind spot in their thinking. Now, Zhang Feng was really annoyed. He waved his hand and said, "It's getting late. You all go back. Let's think about it carefully. We'll continue tomorrow afternoon." Then. Okay. Dugo wanted to say something but stopped. However, when they walked out of the tavern, at the door, Dugo said, "Feng Zi, I think this is the only way for this matter. Maybe there are other ways. However, as long as we can solve the acceptance of the new things in our academy, this matter will be easy to handle." After that, Dugo and the others cupped their fists to Zhang Feng and slowly disappeared from Zhang Feng's sight. After they walked away, Zhang Feng could not help but let out a deep sigh. Ah! F***ck, what the hell is this? Originally, he thought that after coming up with this set of things, something would happen. He only thought of the benefits and did not think of the disadvantages. Was it because everything went too smoothly when he was doing it before? Or was this matter really too difficult? Zhang Feng thought about it carefully. It was both. Most importantly, it was as Idiot Wei said. People in this era could not accept such an education model. In their hearts, students should hold books all day long, wear a Confucian robe, and be arrogant in Cheng and city. The key was, what was the use of such a student? He only knew how to talk. What did they want him to do? Zhang Feng wasn't doubting the inheritance of the Confucian path. Instead, he was doubting whether this group of people had really distorted Confucius's teachings. They only knew about knowledge. However, they did not know that all of this originated from life. You only thought of thatched cottages and green lamps from Confucius books. But if you have the ability, you can F***king open your mouth and open your hands. Let's see, once you leave the academy, you will starve to death. That was it. It also made all the people envious. Such a lazy guy, even if he succeeded in his studies in the future, he would be F***king lazy. Was such a person useful? It was completely useless. Chapter 508. Ever since Li Qingqian left the tavern, he had been pondering over what Zhang Feng said. He was good at both civil and military affairs. That was what Zhang Feng said. But now, his father and the other dukes were shining too brightly, so much so that he was basically a dispensable existence in the imperial court. He wanted to surpass his father, but it was too difficult. But he saw hope when Zhang Feng appeared. His father would eventually grow old and retire. At that time, the Great Tang would still be his, but would the old officials in the court submit to him? No. But now, it was different. The appearance of the academy gave him hope. Perhaps his father didn't want to see what would happen after he ascended the throne, so he acquiesced to him learning from Zhang Feng. At this time, not to mention whether he could go to the battlefield and kill the enemy like Zhang Feng said, at least he could suppress those old generals in the imperial court in terms of military affairs. Or he could have a common opinion with them. That would be enough. He didn't ask for much. So, when he was in the tavern, he immediately took over the matter of building the academy. In the East Palace. In Li Qingqian's bedroom. As soon as Li Qingqian came back, he didn't even go to Taiji Palace. He directly called his personal eunuch. Send someone to find all the construction craftsmen in Cheng and city. Remember, don't use the identity of the crown prince. I'll wait for them in the private room of Penglai Pavilion in Cheng and city at 5:00. The eunuch was stunned when he heard that. Your Highness, you. If you want to hire craftsmen, just inform the Ministry of Works. If you really can't do it, the craftsmen who build the retired emperor's manor are all imperial craftsmen. Why do you want to find those peasants? If they know your identity, it will damage the dignity of the royal family. Li Qingqian waved his hand. Do as I tell you. This has nothing to do with the palace. It's my private matter. Remember, don't disturb my father and mother. The eunuch was even more confused when he heard that. Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince had found an extraordinary woman outside? A look of understanding flashed across his eyes. The Crown Prince had not been in the palace during this period. Most of the time, he was nowhere to be found. Could it be? Li Qingqian didn't explain. After all, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Li Qingqian wasn't idle either. After the young eunuch hurriedly sent someone out, he hurriedly left the palace again without even drinking water. However, this time, he brought 3 of the Crown Prince's guards with him. They were all disguised as commoners and hurried to the reclining lane. In the reclining lane, among Li Qingqian's guards, there was an old soldier around 50 years old. Li Qingqian had once found him by chance in the Navy training camp near Reclining Square. The reason why he came here was because the veteran had once said that this place was a mix of crooks and honest folk. Basically, all of them were retired old and weak soldiers. In order to survive, they did the dirtiest and most tiring jobs. Sometimes, they would even become armed escorts to earn money to support their families. When the 4 of them arrived at the reclining lane, the sky was almost dark. Li Qingqian's guard commander was called Lu Yan. He was once a fierce person who walked out of the reclining lane. At this moment, when he arrived at the entrance of the reclining lane, he met those disabled veterans who were cooling off by the roadside. Yo! Isn't this Lu Yan? Why did you come back? Were you chased out by the Crown Prince? Ha ha ha, old Lu, you haven't come back for half a year. How is it? Is the Crown Prince's residence comfortable? I heard that the palace maids there are all fresh and beautiful. You old brat, don't tell me. Lu Yan's eyes were green. His forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. What are you all shouting about? Shut up, all of you. These damned people. Didn't the Crown Prince see his mother? *CK your grandmother. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't expose your identity. Li Qingqian smiled faintly and waved his folding fan, saying faintly in Lu Yan's ear. Lu Yan's body couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to turn back, let alone kneel down and salute. He could only brace himself and wave his hand. What the hell are you all doing? I came here today to find a way to get rich. I pitied you bunch of bastards, but looking at you now. Forget it, go and beg. Lao Tzu went to find Blind Chen. Brother, don't. Please don't do this. When everyone heard this, they instantly became anxious. What was this? The god of fortune was here. Hurriedly, everyone crowded around the 3 of them and sat on the stools by the roadside. They fanned themselves and massaged Lu Yan's legs. Although Lu Yan didn't mention Li Qingqian's identity, and Li Qingqian was dressed ordinarily, everyone only treated him as someone who worked for the Crown Prince. The few of them looked at each other and chatted with Lv Yan, talking about camaraderie and whatnot. Lu Yan was afraid that they would annoy the Crown Prince, so he waved his hand and said, "Since I'm here today, I'll be frank. I'm here to find a mason. Recently, I heard that a young master bought a plot of land near Zhongnan Mountain, about 50,000 mu. He's going to build it now. As for the salary, I, old Lu, will not mistreat you. However, the craftsmanship must be done according to the construction of the Imperial Forest Park." Everyone heard this. Their eyes widened. However, everyone's expression was somewhat awkward. Well, old Lu, it's not that we don't agree, but you know this cripple Wang, right? He took a big job, which is the small tavern in Huitong Fong. He's making bamboo bottles for the shopkeeper, so he's not free. Chapter 509. Seeing that they were in a difficult position, Lu Yan could not help but stare. *CK your uncle. It's rare for the Crown Prince to think of you bastards, but you still don't know what's good for you. Lu Yan could not help but get angry. But when he thought of Tong Hui Fong, Lu Yan hurriedly asked, which tavern are you talking about? Is the owner called Zhang Feng? Yes. That's the one. I didn't expect you to have heard of it. Lu Yan secretly glanced at Li Qingqian. Seeing that Li Qingqian's eyes were twinkling with a smile, he secretly sighed in relief. How could he not know that kid? He was the Crown Prince's brother. As the Crown Prince's personal guard, how could he not know this? At this moment, Li Qingqian could not help but feel something. He did not expect Zhang Feng to be so famous. He had not even mentioned the salary and this person had directly rejected it. Li Qingqian could not help but ask curiously, brothers, how much is the owner paying you? Why are you working so hard for him? You must know that although this 50,000 mu of land only has a maximum of 2 months in the beginning, it can last for at least a few years in the later stages. How much can you earn from this? At the very least, you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life, but it won't be a problem for you to live carefreely for 3 to 5 years. Little brother, if you say that, then you are looking down on us veterans. When Li Qingqian finished speaking, the veterans were instantly unwilling. He wiped his exposed chest and said, I see that you are also one of the Crown Prince's men. How can your eyesight be so bad? Are we the kind of people who are greedy for money? Although that little shopkeeper's salary isn't very high, at least we can enjoy things from him that we can't even enjoy in the government. Every time we deliver something, the owner will definitely treat us bumpkins to a big meal in his tavern. Although it costs money, what is this? This shows that this kid does not treat us as bumpkins. Go and look at other taverns. What the hell do they treat us as? Why are you squatting outside the door when we're having a meal? What are you guarding against? Therefore, we can't forget our roots. If the shopkeeper treats us well, we have to treat him well. As long as the shopkeeper doesn't say that he doesn't want us to do things, we won't dare to do things for a second employer. This is a matter of principle. You don't understand, but I remember that this was what the current emperor, who used to be the king of Qin, said in the army. This is the imperial edict. Understood. Li Qingqian smiled. He stood up and bowed slightly to the veterans, then walked away. He knew Zhang Feng's character, and he also knew the character of this group of veterans. Since they had chosen Zhang Feng, it would be useless even if he revealed his identity now. This was a bad habit that soldiers developed. Stubborn as hell. Lv Yen did not say anything. He looked at Li Qingqian. Look at another kind of old fellow. He sighed and said, do your best. That kid is not bad. We might have to work together in the future. The soldiers were dumbfounded. What did that mean? As soon as Li Qingqian left the reclining house, he asked, Lv Yen, are there any good craftsmen in Chang'an City? Well. Grand. Young master, please wait a moment. I'll go and ask around. Lv Yen hurried into the reclining house to ask around as he spoke. After a while, he said, yes, there is a family of masons in the west of the city. There are more than 30 people in the family, and they are all masons. They are quite famous in the west of Chang'an and in the towns around Chang'an. I heard that this skill has been passed down for several generations. Then let's go to the west of the city. Although Li Qingqian did not find any masons in the reclining house, his heart was burning even more at this time. This was the charm of Zhang Feng. How could he learn this charm and cohesiveness? He could not think of anything. But seeing this scene today, Li Qingqian could not help but look forward to the day when the new college was built. White Deer College. In the future, the whole Tang dynasty and even the whole world would remember this college. Thinking of what he was doing at this time, Li Qingqian could not help but quicken his pace. The west of the city was not far from the reclining house. It was about 3 blocks away. But at this time, when Li Qingqian and the other two arrived at the gate of a house that was neither big nor small, they happened to meet this family who had just returned from work. That was the way it was for farmers. They went out at dawn and got off work when it was dark. Seeing Li Qingqian and the other two, a dark-skinned bald old man who was the leader cupped his fists and said, "Young master, who are you looking for?" "Sir, we have some work to do. We want to find the owner of this house." Lv Yen cupped his fists and stepped forward. Hearing this, the old man could not help but look at Li Qingqian and said, "In that case, please come in. Let's talk inside." They entered the house. Although the sky was a little dark, but the scene in the yard still made Li Qingqian frown slightly. The yard was very big, but most of it was filled with tools for ramming walls and chiseling stones. There was even a pile of mud mixed with dry straw that was 10 feet high and was fermenting. Sitting in the yard was not allowed. But although the furnishings in the house were simple, there were still things that should be there. After the host and guests sat down, the old man cupped his fists and said, "I am Fuxing Gongshu. Young master, you can call me Old Man Gongshu." Gongshu. This name. Chapter 510. Li Qingqian faintly felt that this name was somewhat extraordinary. But he couldn't tell what was extraordinary about it. At this time, he could only salute and say, "Sir, I came here this time to build a piece of land." "Oh. Do you want to build a new one or renovate it? Is there any time requirement?" hubby asked. "In terms of time, it will take 2 months to build a college and 3 factories on the east side of Zhongnan Mountain." Zhongnan Mountain? Hubby's eyelids twitched when he heard this. "How big is the area?" 50,000 mu. "What? 50,000? Hubby was instantly shocked. Under the candlelight, his dark and shiny bald head made Li Qingqian a little scared. Lu Yan and another guard stood up subconsciously and blocked in front of Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian waved his hand, indicating that it was okay, and then said, "Sir, what do you think of this matter? As for the salary, you don't have to worry about it. According to the normal price, or a little higher is not a problem. But the quality of the construction and the construction period must be excellent. 2 months, Zhongnan Mountain. Are you talking about Shao Mountain?" Hubby seemed to know where. Li Qingqian nodded. But the next moment, hubby shook his head and said, "You know, the locusts have been making a lot of trouble recently. In addition, there was a rainstorm a while ago. Recently, we took a job in Ox Village outside Chang'an City. So if you are not in a hurry, you can wait for half a month. What do you think?" "Half a month?" This old guy seemed to not want to take it. Li Qingqian frowned. But he didn't say anything. He just saluted and said, "We are also in a hurry to get this place. Since you don't have time, we will find someone else." While speaking, Li Qingqian left. But when Lu Yan left, he glanced at the portrait above the living room and then hurried to catch up with Li Qingqian's footsteps. Li Qingqian searched in Chang'an City for several hours. He didn't return to the palace until the patrolling soldiers sounded the gong. These people either felt that it was too far or were frightened by the 50,000 mu. Now it seemed that if he wanted to find a craftsman, he could only wait until tomorrow. After returning to the Eastern Palace, Lv Yen said hesitantly, "Crown Prince, I have something to say." Li Qingqian waved his hand and rubbed his forehead. "Speak. Do you still remember that old man Gongshu? Which city are you talking about?" Lu Yan nodded. "Crown Prince, this old man is a talent. If you want to build the academy well, you have to look for them." Li Qingqian was dumbfounded. "Why do we have to find them?" "You heard it today, these guys obviously don't want to accept it. Could it be that this prince has to beg them?" Li Qingqian had always been suppressing his temper. In the past, if anyone dared to oppose him, he would immediately drag them out and break their legs. But now, was he trying to take advantage of her? The crown prince didn't seem to understand. Lv Yen then said, "Your Highness, think about the surname Gongshu. Perhaps you can understand something. Do you think this prince is very idle? Why do you want me to think of a commoner's name? Could it be that her ancestor was the emperor?" "It's just a surname of Gongshu. Li Qingqian's expression changed slightly. Gongshu. Gongshu. Are you talking about that Gongshu? The one from the Mo family? Li Qingqian suddenly thought of a possibility. Moreover, the surname Gongshu was too rare. During the Qin dynasty, this surname could be said to be famous throughout the great Qin dynasty. However, after the Han dynasty, this Mo family gradually declined. However, he did not expect that this family that had already disappeared would actually appear in Chang'an City. Was this a coincidence? Or something else? Li Qingqian did not want to know, nor did he want to think about it. Now, he was thinking about how to find a skilled person who could solve this matter in a short time. After all, only by solving this matter could he learn the mysteries earlier and surpass his father's glory earlier. Only then could he let everyone in the imperial court know how hard he worked. At this time, the only person who could do this. Only Zhang Feng. As for the Mo family, what did it have to do with him, Li Qingqian? If it was not because he urgently needed to find a craftsman, perhaps he would have killed someone by now. Forget it, let's not think about those things now. LV Yen, quickly contact the people who built the retired emperor's imperial manor. Tomorrow at Penglai Pavilion, tell them that someone wants to hire them at a high price to build a special place. Now, Li Qingqian could only do this. He knew that Zhang Feng, this kid, was so concerned about this matter that he would definitely work hard on it. He could make other things different, so how could this new school be simple? LV Yen heard this and hurriedly left with a fist salute. It was not until this time that the crown prince's bedroom was completely quiet. However, Li Qingqian did not go down first. He wanted to find his three brothers. Li Quan, Li Ji, and most importantly, Li Tai. If he could persuade the princesses to go with him, that would be good. Perhaps, when the time came, his sisters would be even closer. Chapter 511. Penglai Pavilion. In Chang'an City, it could be considered a very prestigious place. The people who could eat here were either rich or noble. And the private rooms on the second floor were basically not accessible to ordinary people. But today, Yan Lai restaurant hung a notice early, and there were even people at the door. There was no other reason. It was just because this place was not receiving guests today. It was booked. As for who booked it, no one knew. They only knew that there were a lot more strong men in plain clothes here today. As for those who could enter the Penglai Pavilion, only those who were specially recommended could enter. However, even so, only about 30 or so people entered the second floor of the Penglai Pavilion. These 30 people. At this time, they were all dumbfounded. Although they all knew about this place and had passed by this place countless times, they had never actually entered this place before. Why? Because they were poor. At this time, although these people had washed their bodies several times, there was still a strong smell of sweat. They stood in the private room one by one, trembling all over. Lu Yen carefully checked everyone one by one, then said with a cold face with his hands behind his back, "Wait, young Master Li is here. You all better behave yourselves, understand?" What could they say? At this time, they would do whatever he said. What did they dare to say? In less than a moment, before the hour had even passed, and before it was even noon, Li Qingqian had already hurriedly appeared. As soon as he entered the door, everyone hurriedly saluted and did not dare to raise their heads. How could the person who could book this private room and even the entire Penglai Pavilion be simple? Sit down, you all don't have to be so restrained here. Lu Yen, have you told us everything? Young master, everything is clear. Lu Yen said with a fist salute. Li Qingqian nodded. LV Yen then said, "That's how it is. To build an academy in Shao Mountain, there are about 50,000 mu of land. But in these 2 months, we must build an academy first. As for the others, they haven't been decided yet, but they definitely won't be finished in 1 or 2 years. Of course, as for the price, my young master said that everything will be according to the market price. If it's done quickly and well, there will be additional rewards." Everyone heard this. He couldn't help but hesitate. Li Qingxian waved his hand and said, "If you have anything to say, say it now." "Young master, what you're talking about, damn, you are too. That person seemed to have recognized Li Qingxian. The moment he raised his head, he knelt down with a thud. When Li Qingxian heard this, he could not help but hurriedly interrupt him. He waved his hand and said, "You stay behind. The rest of you, wait outside." Li Qingxian also did not expect that he could still be recognized even after he had deliberately disguised himself. Moreover, he knew this person. He was the craftsman who had once built the retired emperor's resort. In the end, he was the one who personally oversaw the work and personally awarded the gold medal to the imperial blacksmith. How could he not know? However, it was precisely because they knew each other that he didn't want to find this group of people. They were working for Zhang Feng. If anything were to happen, not only would their identities be exposed, but the identities of Imperial Father and the others would also be exposed. This was the most unbearable part. However, he was already prepared. Looking at the craftsman who was trembling all over, Li Qingxian said indifferently, "We seem to have met 3 times when we were building the retired emperor's resort. I am indebted to the crown prince's favor. You still remember this lowly one? This lowly one is really, all right. Li Qingxian hurriedly waved his hand. "Enough of the nonsense. Since you recognized me, then this matter will be handed over to you. As for the people outside, you can use as many as you want. This is also the reason why I asked you to come here today. However, I have a request." When that person heard that the crown prince actually wanted to hand over the construction of 50,000 mu of land to him, and that the crown prince still remembered him, what was this? This was a true gift. This was really a stroke of luck. Even if it was free, he still had to do it. Moreover, the crown prince was now giving him this cushy job. Hearing this, the craftsman was so excited that he kowtowed. He used his head as a wooden fish to kowtow. "Thank you, Crown Prince, for your favor. Even if it's free, this lowly one will definitely work hard to build the academy within 2 months." Li Qingxian waved his hand. "Get up. Don't be so flustered. That's the matter, but I have 2 points that you must pay attention to. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your life or death. Please instruct, Crown Prince. First, my identity and the identity of anyone who appears in the academy in the future. Even if you and your people recognize us, you must pretend that you don't know us at. Remember, if you recognize me and don't do as this prince says, then only my guards will come looking for you." When the craftsman heard this, he was so frightened that he began to tremble all over again. "Don't worry, Crown Prince. This lowly one will remember. However, on this construction site, we have to have someone in charge. What should we do if something happens to us?" Li Qingxian thought for a moment. In the future, there will be no Crown Prince or Li Qingxian at the Shao Mountain construction site. There will only be Li Qingxian. Do you remember? Chapter 5:12. There was no other way. The craftsman among the people. He personally went around to look for them. Although there were some skilled craftsmen, they either felt that the construction period was too rushed or they didn't have time now. However, Shao Mountain couldn't wait. As for looking for other craftsmen, he really didn't feel at ease. He thought about it for the whole night and then discussed it with Du Go and the others for the whole night before deciding to use these people to guide the craftsmen he found. In this way, there wouldn't be any delay in the construction period. It would also guarantee that these people wouldn't slack off even if they weren't there. Therefore, Li Qingxian did it on purpose. If he wanted to do it without anyone noticing, it would be easy. Even so, he was still recognized by others. Furthermore, he only stopped when that person was speaking vaguely. In this way, the person outside the door would have infinite reverie. This was something he learned from Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang called this thing the Emperor's power. However, Li Qingxian didn't understand it, but he felt quite good when he used it. The effect was also very obvious. At this moment, the craftsman trembled even more violently. This humble one knows, but I can't be sure if those fellows will spill the beans, and this, you're called Ganziyuan, right? I'll remember you. This crown prince doesn't want to know the process, but the result. I'll focus on you. How to let your people keep their lives and not worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives after this thing is done will depend on your ability. Also, once this thing is done, you'll enter the Ministry of Works in 3 years. What? Ministry of Works? Ganziyuan's head was about to faint. What kind of place was the Ministry of Works? It was a place that ordinary people couldn't enter in their lifetime. However, once they entered, it would really be the time when a chicken turned into a phoenix. However, what did the crown prince mean? Using a stick to pick a sweet date, this seemed to be, forget it, damn it. Although this thing was on the edge of a knife, if he worked hard, not only would he not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life, he could also get a job in the Ministry of Works. Presumably, his workers wouldn't be so stupid to do something that would cause them to lose their heads, right? Although he didn't know what the crown prince was playing with. However, someone who could make the crown prince willingly hide his identity was bound to have a higher status than the crown prince. Could it be the emperor? At the thought of this, Ganziyuan was so excited that he started kowtowing again. I will listen to the crown prince's orders. No, it's Li Gan. At least you know your place. Li Qingqian nodded. Then, he looked down at Ganziyuan and said, there is one more thing. From this day on, there will only be one master on this desolate mountain, and that is Zhang Feng. If he says to cultivate, then cultivate. No one is allowed to disobey. Otherwise, the punishment will be the same as disobeying an imperial decree. Do you understand? Even if you meet the emperor or the retired emperor, you are not allowed to have any abnormalities. Otherwise. Li Qingqian lightly placed his hand on Ganziyuan's neck. Although he didn't say anything, how could he not understand? Don't worry, young Master Li. I've remembered everything you said. At the construction site, there's only shopkeeper Zhang Feng from Tong Huifang. I don't know anyone else. Li Qingqian smiled. You know that bastard too. Last time when the Chang an academy opened in Kaihua Square, I was lucky enough to be there and see shopkeeper Zhang, so, Li Qingqian nodded. Since you are a sensible person, then quickly arrange it. I hope to see your news on Shao Mountain tomorrow. By the way, the second thing is that His Majesty doesn't know about the whole thing, but he will know about it in the future. As for whether His Majesty will reward you or not, it will depend on your performance at that time. After that, Li Qingqian hurriedly left with LV Yen. He still had something to do. An important thing. That was, to go to the tavern and worry about a more important thing with Du Go and others. But when he left, Penglai Pavilion was in an uproar. All the craftsmen were driven out. At the door, Ganziyuan looked in the direction where Li Qingqian went and then looked at the people who were looking at him with eager faces. He said, Masters, you know Shao Mountain, right? I'm indebted to young Master Li for the 50,000 mu of land. But we all see each other frequently in Chang'an, so I'm willing to share this piece of meat with you. What do you think? Will you be so kind? That's right. Old Gan, you're so King sneaky. When will you be so generous and be willing to give it to us? If you don't say something today, then don't think about living in Chang'an City. I know Shao Mountain. 50,000 mu of land. How rich is that? The fat is very rich. I can guarantee that after you finish this job, you won't have to work for the rest of your life. This is young Master Li's promise to me. Hearing this, everyone could not help but stare. Are there any conditions involved? Yes, that is, in the future on Shao Mountain, you can see what you should see and hear what you should hear. You are not allowed to see what you shouldn't see. Even if you see it, it's best to forget it. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. In the future, on the construction site, we will only recognize one person, that is shopkeeper Zhang of the Tong Hui Fang Tavern. Have you heard of shopkeeper Zhang? He was the genius who invented beer. As for the rest of the people, even if they are servants, you have to keep your mouth shut. Even if you know them, you have to pretend that you don't know them. Even if you go home, get drunk, or talk in your sleep, you are not allowed to talk about them. Otherwise, even the gods can't protect you. Hearing this, everyone only felt that the world was spinning. Motherf asterisk Kur, they had boarded a pirate ship. What kind of bullshit rule was this? However, they were not fools. The word, tu, made them realize something in an instant. They could not help but sweat from their foreheads. After a while, they said in a trembling voice, "We understand." Chapter 5:13. The willow tree at the intersection of Tonghui Lane. At this moment, the old tree had sprouted and sprouted again. It looked lush and green. Under the tree, Ching Chumo and the others sat at the fermented glutinous rice stall. They waited for Li Qingqian while discussing how to solve this problem. Even last night and this morning, they had thought of every method they could think of. They had asked the stall owners on the street, the owner of the rice shop, the second brother of the owner of the gambling house, and even the procuress and the fortune teller. How to recruit people. But all they got in response was rolling their eyes. This was difficult. In the end, they had secretly brought Li Qingqian's crown prince token into the Eastern Palace last night. They had discussed in the Eastern Palace for the entire night. They had even asked the old eunuchs in the palace. But, the result was still no result. When Ching Chumo's stomach could no longer hold the fermented glutinous rice, Li Qingqian finally arrived. How is it? Is that matter settled? It's settled. The craftsman will go to Shao Mountain tomorrow morning. Then let's talk about this matter first. We'll talk as we go. On the way, Li Qingqian put his hands behind his back and placed his fan on his neck. He said, "The matter of recruiting people, logically speaking, if you ask father, it would be too easy. Why didn't you think of this? Qingqian, we're different. You're the reliable boss and the one in the future. What about us? You know best what we are. Right now, our grandfather doesn't care about us. We have to think of a way out. Right now, this is our only chance to prove that we can surpass our father. If we ask them for help so early, won't we lose from the beginning? So, we have to rely on ourselves." Yes, Dabing is right. We have two hands holding up a head. We can definitely think of a way. Zhang Sun nodded. He flicked his hair and hooked his arm around Li Qingqian's neck. Why don't you think of another way? Let's get rid of the idea of relying on Lao Tzu and see if there's any other way. Well, Li Qingqian had a headache. If you were talking about other things, it would be easy. But this was the issue of recruiting students. Unless they revealed their identities, it would be really difficult. The academy was not well known to begin with. Moreover, how popular would a new academy be when it first started? Especially since it was such a long journey from Chang'an to Shao Mountain. Who would be willing to send their son there? If it was learning, he could endure it. The environment of Shao Mountain was suitable for studying, but this was not studying. He was going to learn a trade. This was difficult. Why couldn't he find a master in Chang'an City to learn from? Furthermore, he could earn a little bit of profit every month. Why should I go to your academy and study there for 3 years? Although there were no tuition fees for these 3 years, and he could even teach and read, the attraction was really not enough. Therefore, Li Qingqian had no other choice. This matter is really quite difficult. Li Qingqian let out a heartfelt sigh. Forget it. Let's go and see what Feng Zi has to say. I really can't think of anything else. Let's see what Feng Zi will do. He has a lot of ideas. When Li Qingqian said this, everyone's eyes involuntarily lit up. That's right. Could it be that this grandson was making fun of them? He had so many ideas. Could it be that he could not think of anything? Who would believe that? Let's go and find Feng Zi. Damn it, I didn't sleep last night. I have to go to Yen Lai restaurant to make up for it today. I think that kid doesn't want to have a leg with you anymore. At this moment, Zhang Feng's voice sounded behind them. They saw Zhang Feng riding a tricycle and wearing sunglasses. He was swaying back and forth. In the back of the tricycle, there was a basket of wild vegetables and some river fish. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Feng's sunglasses. Zhang Feng was so frightened that he hurriedly put the sunglasses away, causing a wave of disdainful voices. TSK. Isn't it just a glass? Lao Tzu will make one tomorrow. By the way, Feng Zi, are you going out of the city? Have you thought of a way? Also, what did you mean when you said that Iron Bull didn't want to return? What do I mean? You're using my name to openly go to the brothel to play. Madharf ***, I'm your teacher now. I can't control you guys anymore, right? As long as you guys dare to go, I'll get someone to tell your father. The few of them curled their lips. Why don't you find the door first? However, they did not argue about this matter. They pushed the tricycle and sat on it. After several modifications, this tricycle was no longer so unbearable. At the very least, these 5 guys added up to 500 to 600 kilograms could still make the tricycle move forward slowly. Zhang Feng was furious. He threw the tricycle aside and pointed at Qing Chumo. I order you to bring the tricycle back now. As he spoke, Zhang Feng also sat on the carriage. The few of them looked at Qing Chumo, who was in a daze. What kind of F***ing world is this? Why am I always the one doing the hard work? Is there any justice in this world? Chapter 5:14. They made a ruckus as they brought the tricycle back to the pub. Although they were not far away, they were so tired that they lay on the table and could not move. In the end, Li Qingxian's guard, Lu Yan, prepared some dishes for them. Fortunately, Zhang Feng didn't lack anything. As long as the cured meat was washed clean and thrown into the pot, it would be ready to eat after boiling for an hour. There was no need for seasoning, frying, or cooking. After a while, they were holding the cured meat and drinking beer. At this time, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. How is it? You've been thinking for a whole night. You should have thought of a way, right? When the few of them heard this, they shook their heads one after another. Zhang Feng could not help but be stunned. What? You haven't thought of a way after a whole night? So where did all your shrewdness go? Zhang Feng was speechless. But Qing Chumo was not afraid. He grinned and said, Fengzi, we think you're making fun of us. You can solve this problem by yourself. Why do you have to drag us along? Where are all those wicked ideas that you've been harboring? Who would believe that? Zhang Feng was really out of ideas this time. He shook his head speechlessly. He drank the beer one mouthful at a time. I'm really out of ideas this time. Lao Tzu has never encountered this thing before. And I really forgot to consider whether the people can accept this thing. Then can't you make it simpler? Li Qingxian picked his teeth and said. Zhang Feng shook his head. No. Times are changing. Look, is there any difference between Chang and now and Chang and half a year ago? Li Qingxian thought for a while, put down the bamboo stick in his hand and said, now that you mention it, the difference in Chang and city is quite big. First, the salt that the people couldn't afford before is now affordable. Then there are the cooperatives, which made the half-dead Chang and city completely alive. Now that the people are rich, the plague of locusts can become an auspicious sign from heaven. The people can't not be rich even if they don't want to. Isn't that right? Zhang Feng shrugged. The times are changing. Take the fried locusts and the bone-strengthening powder for example. Go outside and take a look. They have become popular in the taverns. Who would dare to eat them before? But now? If I don't eat a little of this every day, I'll feel uncomfortable. What is this? This is the step of keeping up with the times. Now, even the things that the common people find most difficult to accept have been accepted. They have also accepted the cooperative, not to mention the locusts. But why can't they accept my academy? Think about the reason carefully. Zhang Feng said. They really did think of something. Just like the locust powder and deep-fried locusts, where did they come from? Those rumors were spread from person to person. And what about salt? It was different again. This thing relied on its appearance and price to make the commoners slowly accept it. The premise was that there was really a lot of this thing. That was why the price was so low. However, this cooperative was different. This thing in itself was related to everyone's profits. How could they not do it? Money could not be hidden if it was stolen at home. But a piece of paper. It could be stuffed into any crack in the wall. Moreover, the interest of borrowing money was not high. It was not painful, so the commoners could accept it. But this technical academy, that was another meaning altogether. Now, they were passing it from person to person like locusts. No. Like salt. They did not even charge tuition fees now. But this still did not work at all. Like a cooperative. It also did not work. If one wanted to learn skills, one could just go to Chang'an City and find a master. Who would spend the effort to learn here? This was the most difficult part. Fengzi, this thing, to be honest, if you count on us, we really can't think of anything. Why don't you think about it? After all, this thing was decided by you. You definitely know more than us. I don't know shit. If I knew, would I be so F*King uncomfortable? F*CK, F*King hell, if you can't think of anything, then get lost. Don't come and hinder Lao Tzu. Zhang Feng was completely annoyed. Originally, he wanted to do something in a hurry, but why was it so difficult? From the initial block of land purchase to the problem of enrolling students, was there really no other way to deal with this mob of *Ker? No, it was not that there was no other way. If there was an imperial edict, that would be the best. But that was an imperial edict. Who the F*CK would have nothing to do to give an imperial edict to a commoner like you? Did you think that your imperial edict was a wild vegetable by the roadside? Zhang Feng was so annoyed that he did not want to do it anymore. But at this moment, Li Shimon's voice sounded softly at the entrance of the small tavern. Yo, I heard you get angry as soon as I came. Who made you unhappy again? While speaking, Li Shimon slowly walked into the small tavern and motioned for Li Qingqian and the others to leave first. Lao Li, you don't know. It's not easy for me to decide on a big thing, but there are so many F*King trivial things. From the beginning of the land purchase to now, the problem of enrollment, F*King hell, why is it so difficult? Chapter 5:15. Just because of this? Li Shimon thought he had misheard. He asked again. In the palace, he already knew that the crown prince was looking for people to build a new college. He also knew that a few kids almost turned the palace upside down last night in order to enroll students. He thought it was a big deal. But when he overheard it outside the small tavern, it was really not easy to handle. Li Shimon didn't know what to say. He could only comfort him. Okay. I'll ask around for you. Maybe there's a way. When the time comes, I heard that you want to build a technical college. You want to teach people how to do business, how to cook, and even how to play the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Who did you hear that from? A few of them went to my residence last night. Basically, they asked all the people doing business in my residence and outside my residence. I only found out today when everyone came to ask me. Li Shimon spread his hands. He was speechless. When Zhang Feng heard that, he hurriedly asked, what did they say? Did anyone want to come? Still want to come? They were all asking, Lao Li, what's wrong with your Li Qian? Isn't his business doing well? Why did he go to some college to learn business? Li Shimon spread his hands. Tell me, how can I not come? If I don't come, you'll flip the sky upside down. These words were not said to Li Shimin by his neighbors, but by more than half of the ministers in the imperial court. What happened last night, and what happened this morning, from the beginning of the morning to the end of the morning, there was an endless stream of people who came to look for him alone or jointly to report. If he didn't ask about the situation, there would really be a problem. Fengzi, tell me, what are you going to do with White Deer College? Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, Lao Li, let me ask you, what about the business knowledge I told you before? What do you think will happen to the Tang dynasty if more people learn my business knowledge? Who in the outside world would teach this to outsiders? Or do you think that someone would teach this to an outsider? However, you've also seen this thing now. Although I don't know how the current emperor knew about it, and I don't know if it was you who leaked it and let the emperor know, but look at the current Tang dynasty. Now, the Tang dynasty has opened a door. Everyone knows how to do business, but how many of them are smart enough to do big business? Li Shimin's expression changed when he heard this. You mean, you want to pass on all your skills, including this thing, to others? To put it simply, it was indeed the way to do business. But to put it simply, it was the way to govern a country. What kind of medicine did he take that he actually wanted to impart the way of ruling a country to everyone? Did they really want everyone to be like a dragon? Although Li Shimin didn't mind and even agreed with this approach, when Zhang Feng talked about it again at this time, and in such detail, Li Shimin really had an indescribable feeling. Zhang Feng continued, there's also this thing called business knowledge. But I have a more accurate name here. It's called finance and trade. Once you learn this thing, even becoming as rich as a country is a small matter. After all, the world is very big. Think about it. When the time comes, from Chang and all the way to Persia along the waterway, or even Dashi, and further places, what will the merchants of the Tang dynasty do? That will bring a huge amount of wealth back to the Tang dynasty. Lao Li, at that time, what will happen to these people? Because once they graduate from the school, they will be arranged to do things in our own industries. Do you dare to imagine the future? Zhang Feng said very calmly. But Li Shimin couldn't help but breathe a little faster at this time. Business. Business. Finance. Although he didn't understand this. But once there were more such talents, and they all worked in his own industries, what would happen? No, he was not a businessman. He was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. These people were his people. At that time, Li Shimin didn't dare to think about it. Forcibly suppressing his excitement, he asked, then what's the matter with the chef you set up? Isn't it just a chef? Who has nothing to do? Ahem, Lao Li, is the food I cook delicious? Zhang Feng interrupted Li Shimin's words and asked back. Li Shimin was stunned and seemed to have thought of something in an instant. He couldn't help but ask, boy, no wonder you didn't let me open a barbecue restaurant when I wanted to barbecue. You want to pass your skills to these people, and then open pubs everywhere. You're really evil. You even want to get this thing. Zhang Feng laughed. Although Lao Li was half right. But there was a more important point that he didn't say. That was, food was the most important thing for people. This was the source of wealth. However, these are all okay. Why are you still recruiting female students? What do you mean? How many of these girls have you seen go out? And you actually let them study in public in this place? About what? Nothing. Just the female rules set by the current empress. When the time comes, a few retired female officials from the palace will be recruited at a high price from the people. They will teach the court women etiquette, plus Momo's zither skills, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, and so on. The culture of our Tang dynasty can't be lost. Chapter 5:16. Li Shimin didn't understand Zhang Feng. But after hearing what he said, he found it interesting. Although he suspected that Zhang Feng found some girls to accompany him because he felt lonely in the mountains, he didn't think so when he thought about Zhang Feng's character. At this moment, Zhang Feng seemed to have noticed Li Shimin's doubts. Don't worry. They won't recruit any female students for the time being. That's something to worry about later. The problem now is how to recruit people for this technical school. Lao Li, you have to think of a way. What should we do about this? Li Shimin couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he heard that. Fengzi, this matter is a little difficult. If it were any other matter, it would be easy. But this is a technical school. I have to think about it carefully. But I can give you a hint. I'll go back and find some connections to see if I can get in touch with Lord Zhongsun. If I can get in touch with him, I can get in touch with the Emperor under normal circumstances. After all, the Emperor knows about your situation. If I can get an imperial edict for you, everything will be easy. What do you think? Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel conflicted when he heard that. But he gritted his teeth and said, okay. Since you can get in touch with Lord Zhongsun, let's give it a try. I don't think there's much hope. Will the Emperor care about this? Why won't he care? Li Shimin asked. Think about it. Where is this? This is the foot of the Emperor. The Emperor has known since the first thing you did. Do you think you're very smart? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded when he heard that. Damn it. What did we do? The Emperor didn't guess it. If King thought the Emperor was really so awesome. I thought of something, and he thought of it too. So what happened before was all because someone was eavesdropping at the door. The Emperor. Zhang Feng didn't dare to say any more. He looked around the small tavern and suddenly felt unsafe. Li Shimin chuckled. Don't worry, there's no one outside. In this Chang'an city, you can meet an official with every step you take. Think about it, how can they not see what happened here? If that's the case, wouldn't the Emperor know? Therefore, when we start doing something, His Majesty already knows what we are going to do. Do you understand now? Zhang Feng nodded. Understood, Your Majesty has good hearing. When Li Shimin heard that, his face darkened. She was no longer angry with Zhang Feng. I can't be bothered. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. I'll go and ask around for you now. Don't worry. Maybe the Emperor already knows that you want to open a technical school. So, you should eat and drink. Just wait for the news. As he spoke, Li Shimin was about to leave. When Zhang Feng saw that, he grabbed Li Shimin. Lao Li, let's wait. Since you're going to see Lord Zhongsun, I have to make things clear for you. Otherwise, not only will you fail, but you'll also be implicated. Li Shimin sat down when he heard that. Then tell me what you're going to do with White Deer College. I heard from Li Gan and the others that you're going to prepare for this college so that they can stand up to the Prime Minister. If you're going to use military force, you're going to be able to command soldiers on the battlefield? That's more or less the case. Zhang Feng opened a bamboo can of beer for Li Shimin and clinked it with Li Shimin. Then, he said, this is for those who really want to learn. As for those who just want to get by, or those who don't have the talent, I'll arrange for them to work in my factory as technicians. That's what I said before. I'll teach them a skill. Those who stand out will be the seedlings I'll send to the technical school. Li Shimin understood when Zhang Feng said that. If that was the case, less than 1 in 10 people would be able to enter the technical school. But what exactly was this mysterious technical school? He still didn't know. Fengzi, tell me what you're going to do with this technical school. Zhang Feng looked around and said as if he was guarding against a thief, to put it bluntly, this Science and Technology Institute is like the Ministry of Works in the palace. However, the things that are researched here are things that others have seen before. You must have heard about the things I told Li Gan and the others yesterday, right? It's the kind of ship that can travel millions of miles in a day without a single sailor. No, to be precise, it's something that drives the ship. Do you understand now? Li Shimin still didn't understand. Zhang Feng was speechless. He once again explained the technical school in detail to Li Shimin. It was basically stuff from primary school textbooks. But now, Li Shimin was completely dumbfounded. Do you think that the lightning in the sky can be avoided? Is this something that a bricklayer can do? Yes, it's just a lightning protection system. Do you think that humans can really create lightning? And that humans can fly in the sky? Damn, Lao Li, you still don't believe me. Just you wait, this kind of situation won't last long. Li Shimin looked as if he had encountered something incredible. This wasn't just incredible, it was like listening to a heavenly book. Humans can control lightning? And create it? Isn't this something that only a god can do? Li Shimin couldn't help but excitedly grab Zhang Feng's hand and say, Fengzi, are you planning to pass this on to others? Yes. However, this also depends on the person. Don't worry, I will definitely be the first to teach your son. As for others, unless they can be as monstrous as De Bing, otherwise, even if they were given to me, I would be too lazy to teach them. Even if I teach them, they will only be a plaything that will bring harm to others. When the time comes and angers His Majesty, we will not have a good ending either, right? Li Shimin heard this and finally felt relieved. But in the next moment, Li Shimin couldn't sit still anymore. Fengzi, thank you for telling me this. No, I have to go find Lord Zhangsun now. I think this will really work. Wait here for my good news. I'm leaving. Li Shimin hurriedly left as he spoke. At this moment, Zhang Feng finally relaxed. With Li Shimin's words, he was finally no longer worried. Damn it. And Lao Li was still reliable. While Zhang Feng went to take a nap happily, Li Shimin began to give orders as he got into the sedan. Little Gizi, go to Wei Zheng's residence. Also, tell those old fellows to hurry to Wei Zheng's residence. The Crown Prince and Qing Chumo must also be present. Yes. Little Gizi hurriedly went to make the arrangements. And Li Shimin also put away the amiable expression on his face. The majesty of the emperor had once again turned him into the Tang King Li Shimin. Zhang Feng's school must be established. But the issue of enrollment was really beyond his imagination. After learning about this yesterday, he chatted with Zhang Sun and Wu Go for the whole night, but they couldn't come up with anything. But in the end, both of them felt that this matter was still lacking one thing. And that was the imperial edict. Once the imperial edict appeared, it would be too late. Then everything would be much easier to handle. But how to issue this imperial edict, and how to convince the people, there would be a lot to talk about. Chapter 5:17. Taiji Palace, Imperial Study. It was the hottest time of the day. Even though there were palace maids who covered the windows with blankets to block the sunlight, and there was cold well water on the ground to lower the temperature, the imperial study was still as hot as a steamer. At this moment, Li Shimin was holding a fan in the imperial study. His shirt was unbuttoned as he fanned himself. There were 3 palace maids standing behind him, fanning themselves with all their might. However, they were still unable to cool Li Shimin down. One reason was the weather, and the other was White Deer College. After a long time, Li Shimin was still unable to cool down. In the end, he stomped his feet and went to the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the Imperial Garden. A slight breeze blew and finally cooled down Li Shimin. At this moment, Wei Zheng and the others rushed over, sweating profusely. The moment they arrived, a palace maid brought them a large basin of water. They washed up before entering the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Qing Yaojin and the others looked at the sparkling lake water. They really wanted to jump in and take a bath. However, there must be a problem for the emperor to call them here at this time. Therefore, no matter how hot it was, they could only endure it. Come, come, come. All of you, come and sit. When things are settled, you can go down if you want. Li Shimin also saw through their thoughts. Dan Shuangzhou drank in the imperial garden and swam. Forget it. If news of this got out, wouldn't he be criticized to death by those officials? Your Majesty, it's such a hot day. What happened? Qing Yaojin was the first to lose his composure. Is it because of the Shao Mountain? Li Shimin nodded. It's precisely because of this. I heard Zhang Feng's college is called White Deer College. As for what it's used for, I'm sure you've heard about it. At this moment, Li Qingqian and the others hurried over. As soon as they entered Li Shimin's field of vision, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, Qingqian, why don't you tell us your thoughts first? Later, you guys can also tell us your thoughts on this college. They hurriedly accepted the decree and thanked him for his kindness. Father, I have already dealt with the construction of Fengzi's new academy. Tomorrow, some craftsmen will go to Mount Shao. I guess I will also go to Mount Shao tomorrow. As for White Deer College, for the time being, I think that it is a place that focuses on alternative education. Just like what Zhang Feng said, this place is supplemented by literature and hidden weapons. Using literature as a supplement? Hiding weapons on his body. What did that mean? Li Shimin and the others could not help but be stunned. Qingqian, explain to us. What does this mean? What do you mean by using literature as a supplement? How can you hide weapons on your body? Li Shimin had heard Zhang Feng talk about using people as a mirror, but this was the first time he heard Zhang Feng talk about using literature as a supplement. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. As for Wei Zheng and the others, they were even more dumbfounded at this moment. This son was busy thinking about how to recruit people at that time, so this son and the others didn't have time to ask about this. However, this son believes that Zhang Feng's words have a certain degree of logic. Just like he once said, he can make his literary skills equal to Prime Minister Wei and the others, and in martial arts, he can compete with Uncle Cheng on the battlefield. What? Isn't this just learning about the art of war and learning about the way of being an official? What's so difficult about this? Qing Yaojin couldn't help but pout. However, Wei Zheng couldn't help but frown. Your Majesty, this old subject thinks that Zhang Feng's words can't be understood in this way. This old subject has also heard about what happened last night and today. It's said that Brother Zhang Feng is running a technical school, but the focus is on strategy and strategy. As for the path of an official, as well as the path of Confucius and Mencius, they're just icing on the cake. Just like us in the imperial court, which one of us didn't start off as a lowly official or a soldier? Then, we slowly accumulated experience before we could go further. However, if I'm not wrong, what Brother Zhang Feng means is that he wants to focus on this process of accumulating experience while studying in the academy. Then, after graduating, he can directly grow. Although this seems a little unreliable, I think that this method is worth a try. Li Shimin furrowed his brows tightly and thought deeply for a while, but he still couldn't think of any results. Then tell me, culinary skills, gardening, architecture, and so on, do they all need to be learned? Isn't it just finding a master to learn? Can this be considered a subject? Li Shimin couldn't help but voice out his doubts again. He pointed at Fang Xianling and said, Official Fang, tell me, what's the difference between this and the Ministry of Works? Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Fang Xianling hurriedly got up. After thinking for a while, he said, I think that this matter should be looked at from the perspective of Brother Zhang Feng's purpose. Think about it, Zhang Feng's salt-making technique was so precious that even I would treat it as a family heirloom. However, Zhang Feng still gave it to us without hesitation. What does this mean? Think about it again. How long has it been since Liu Ban and the inheritance of the Mo family? Because of various taboos, the inheritance is basically incomplete. Even the wooden ox has been lost. If Zhang Feng opens the door to others to learn and he teaches them wholeheartedly, I think this is a great thing. Chapter 518. Li Shimin fell silent. However, when he compared Zhang Feng's technical school with the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Agriculture in his heart, he could see the problem. If Zhang Feng really generously imparted all his extraordinary skills to the people of the Tang dynasty, then 3 years later, wouldn't the Ministry of Works be turned upside down? It was even possible that the Ministry of Works would be shut down. If the skills Zhang Feng displayed, such as his culinary skills, winemaking skills, and other godlike skills, spread out, wouldn't the people of the Tang dynasty be like dragons? By then, wouldn't White Deer College become the Ministry of Works of the Tang dynasty? Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but burn. Although there were hundreds of officials in the imperial court, these old things didn't think about making progress all day long. Instead, they thought about how to climb up. Just like the drought last time, and the schemes of Tubo and other countries. If Zhang Feng wasn't there, what would have happened? And the plague of locusts later. Would there be a single person who could think of a way to solve this problem when they needed help? No one. In the end, it was Zhang Feng alone who settled the matter while drinking and chatting. However, if Zhang Feng really did that, wouldn't it mean that 3 years later, there would be 100 people who could teach Zhang Feng even a little bit of Zhang Feng's skills? Then, wouldn't Li Shimin really be a hands-off boss? Would he still be so tired by then? My dear ministers, what do you think of this academy, no, this technical school? You know the main problem now. If I announce to the world that this academy is as good as the Imperial College, or even better than the Imperial College, what do you think? This, Wei Zheng and the others were a little hesitant. Your Majesty, although we also think that with Brother Zhang Feng's ability, he will definitely be able to teach famous people, once this thing is made public, won't it cause dissatisfaction in the Imperial Court? The Imperial College is recognized as the best institution of learning. Last time, the Chang and University incident had already caused many people in the Imperial Court to criticize it. If Your Majesty does this now, won't it, Your Majesty, this matter has to be taken seriously, unless, enough. Li Shimin waved his hand. I've decided on this matter. Previously, if I didn't feel that I couldn't bring myself to do this, Brother Zhang Feng might have become the imperial preceptor. Now, with the Crown Prince's junior tutor taking charge of the situation at Chang and University, it's basically Li Gang and the old Xiuzai stirring up trouble on the surface. To put it bluntly, Brother Zhang Feng and the others are also on the surface. As for Brother Zhang Feng, as long as you do things a little more meticulously, there won't be any problems. Moreover, I'll talk about this White Deer College during the morning court session tomorrow. Treat it as a trial for the Crown Prince. I don't think they'll say anything. Li Shimin made the decision with a wave of his hand. This matter was completely beneficial to the country and the people. No tuition fees. This would allow many poor students with aspirations and dreams to take a step forward. He had to let the people have something to look forward to. As for if anyone in the imperial court dared to stand up for this matter, then, he would be kicked out of the imperial court. After taking sides twice in the imperial court, there weren't many people who dared to openly oppose him. Apart from the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, as well as the Guanlong people. When the time came, there would naturally be people to deal with them. With Zhang Feng's lazy personality, it was possible that these people would be pulled in as able-bodied men. Once again, they discussed the details of the plan. Afterwards, Li Shimin had little Gizi grind the paper and personally drafted the imperial edict. However, at this moment, little Gizi asked with some difficulty, Your Majesty, how should this servant announce this imperial edict? Where is the most appropriate place to announce it? It would have been fine if little Gizi hadn't asked. Now that he did, Li Shimin and the others were instantly put in a difficult position. With Zhang Feng's crafty demeanor, if they rashly announced the imperial edict, this grandson was bound to think of something. How about this, you bring the imperial edict tomorrow. 15 minutes after I enter the small tavern, you send an old eunuch that Zhang Feng hasn't seen before to personally announce the edict. When Wei Zheng and the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Then, Your Majesty, you, Li Shimin thought for a moment and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the stone table. He said, tomorrow, I will receive the imperial edict together with Brother Zhang Feng. When little Gizi heard this, his soul almost left his body in fright. The emperor still had to kneel to receive the imperial edict. What was going on? What was going on? What kind of drama was this? Who would dare to stand in front of the emperor? Heavens! Your Majesty, you are the emperor of the 9 and 5, When Wei Zheng and the others heard this, their expressions abruptly changed. Everyone in the pavilion in the middle of the lake hastily knelt on the ground and hurriedly begged Li Shimin to retract the imperial edict. However, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "This matter is settled. On one hand, I can dispel Brother Zhang Feng's concerns. On the other hand, I also have a share in White Deer College. To be able to nurture top talents for the Tang dynasty, I can even kneel and worship Confucius and Mencius, let alone kneel to receive the edict I wrote." Chapter 519. Early the next morning, Li Shimin hurried out of the imperial palace as soon as the court was dismissed. On the one hand, he wanted to avoid those annoying guys. On the other hand, he wanted to see this guy's face when he saw the imperial edict. When he arrived at the small tavern, the sun had already peeked out from the top of the Huaxing temple in the east. Feng Zi, open the door. Feng Zi, come on, there's good news. Get up. Li Shimin banged on the door of the tavern. Zhang Feng covered his head and could hear Li Shimin's shouts. He rubbed his face speechlessly and got up reluctantly. Everything was good in the Tang dynasty, but it was not peaceful in the summer. At noon and at night, the room was as hot as a steamer. Sleep naked? It was guaranteed that you would have to find a doctor early in the morning to prescribe a cold medicine. But if you wanted to sleep in the courtyard, unless you had money, you would have to hire a few people to fan mosquitoes for the whole night. Those mosquitoes were like floods and fierce beasts that could not be driven away. Moreover, the mosquitoes in the Tang dynasty were very big. They had no natural enemies, and this was their capital to be arrogant. Originally, Zhang Feng still had a way. But since the damn insecticide was leaked, his mother, even if you had money, you could not buy it. Therefore, Zhang Feng only dared to put a little insecticide powder in the room before going to bed. Sleeping was like fighting a war. Before going to bed, his whole body was wet. After falling asleep, he still had to fight the mosquitoes. When he woke up, not to mention his body, even the mattress was wet. Zhang Feng looked at the bronze mirror. After seeing that there were no big mosquito bites on his handsome face today, he put on his shoes and reluctantly opened the door for Li Shimin. As soon as he opened the door, Zhang Feng walked to the backyard without looking at Li Shimin. "Lao Li, what time is it? It's not time to open the market yet, right? Why aren't you sleeping early in the morning? What are you yelling at me for?" While speaking, Zhang Feng stopped directly in front of a warm water tank under the sun. Then, he dove into it and soaked in the water happily. He was so comfortable that he kept moaning. Li Shimin shook his head speechlessly and said, "Feng Zi, I'm here today to tell you the good news." "What is it? Do you still remember what happened yesterday?" "Yesterday, I went to look for the Lord Zhangsun. In the end, I spent a lot of effort to get the Lord Zhangsun to go to the palace." When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but wake up from his drowsiness. And then what? Then His Majesty found out about you. From the water wheel you made, to the meeting with Prince Zhenla, to the cooperative and Chang and university, which one of them doesn't the emperor know? When Zhang Feng heard this, his eyeballs almost popped out. "Tell me the result." "I said it yesterday. It's useless." Okay. Li Shimin glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "Are you going to keep soaking in the water tank? Do you want me to watch you take a bath?" Zhang Feng suddenly patted his forehead and hurriedly got out of the water. He picked up a plain robe from the bamboo pole and wrapped it around his body. Then, he entered the small tavern with Li Shimin. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Feng asked, "Go on, what did His Majesty say?" "What can he say? Didn't he just praise you?" "His Majesty? Praise me?" Zhang Feng pointed at his own nose and stared at Li Shimin, saying, "You should at least make up a decent story, right? How can His Majesty know me? If His Majesty praised me, then why didn't he give me an official title? That's the real thing. Anyone can say something. Just say it directly. What His Majesty said, don't pick the good stuff. I can't stand it." Zhang Feng really didn't believe that His Majesty would praise him. It didn't make sense. If it was a normal procedure, His Majesty should find an old eunuch to invite him into the palace. His Majesty should first determine whether he was the one who did it, then ask him why he did it and what his purpose was, right? Wasn't there a basic procedure? How was this possible? Li Shimin seemed to have known that Zhang Feng wouldn't be so easy to fool. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, I know what you're thinking. Are you thinking that if it's true, His Majesty will definitely summon you into the palace for questioning? If you think so, then you're wrong. The situation in the palace is very complicated now. Miscellaneous people are not allowed to enter the palace, especially at night. No matter what, they are not allowed to enter the palace. If you were summoned into the palace by His Majesty last night, think about it. How many people would be targeting you? When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but come to a realization. So, His Majesty didn't summon me because he wanted to protect me? That's not it. Zhang Feng was slightly disappointed. But he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he swung his hair and used chopsticks to twirl it twice before coiling it on top of his head. He rubbed his hands and asked, well, how did His Majesty praise me? Li Shimin looked speechlessly at Zhang Feng's messy hair and said, what could His Majesty say? Isn't it just that you've done a great service for the Great Tang? In the future, when you enter the court as an official, you'll be rewarded as well. Right now, it's up to your academy. His Majesty is really looking forward to your White Deer Academy. Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. It was as good as not saying anything. He didn't get any practical benefits.